Order.
Creator, may your spirit and guidance be in us as we work for the benefit of all our people, for peace and justice in our land, and for the constant recognition of the dignity and aspirations of those whom we serve. Merci.
Minister statements. Minister statements. Minister responsible for lands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to provide an update on the Department of Land's progression related to enhanced transparency and client experience for residents of the Northwest Territories. Mr. Speaker, the Department of Lands is an active member in the Government of Northwest Territories Open Data Initiative, which aims to increase government transparency and accountability by proactively making data available to the public while respecting our privacy, security, and legal obligations. In support of this initiative, the Department recently expanded the information and data related to land administration that is available to the public on our web-based mapping tool. As of March 7, 2022, additional non-personal information on disposition terms, length, effective dates, and the specific large or land use type was published in the Administration of the Territorial Land Act system, commonly known as referred to as Atlas. This enhanced information will help viewers better understand the activities and use of public land. Mr. Speaker, the N.W.T evaluation policy states that the government will implement programs, evaluate practices to ensure program performance is measurable and inform sound resource allocation decisions. In support of this policy, the Department has established a Performance and Evaluation Committee to enhance our performance measures process with the goal of improving departmental performance. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to share that the Department has developed and evaluated draft client service standards in response to feedback from our clients and stakeholders. The standards were initially developed and the Department piloted them prior to moving forward. The standards are being finalized before being posted to the Department's website, which is anticipated later this month. Client service standards are designed to increase transparency, predictability, and public understanding of both the steps required to complete land transactions and the timeline for services. The timelines are an important inclusion as they provide clients with a commitment for engagement with the Department. The Department plans to regularly review and improve our client service standards with the intent to provide more information online and in person for the clients. The Department will also track progress through performance measures reporting in our annual business plan. Mr. Speaker, enhancing transparency and client experience is a process that the Department is committed to improve services for the residents of the Northwest Territories and will continue to conduct business in a transparent and accountable manner. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Minister statements. Minister statements. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, June is Senior Citizens Month, a time for us to acknowledge and celebrate the important role seniors have in our families and communities. Seniors teach us about culture, tradition, and history. Their wisdom is integral to making wise decisions that will impact the future of generations of Northerners. This Legislative Assembly has made a commitment to enable seniors to age in place with dignity. The Department of Health and Social Services is working with Housing N.W.T and the Departments of Municipal and Community Affairs, along with Education, Culture and Employment, to ensure that seniors may live longer and healthier lives where they live now. Mr. Speaker, these departments are working together to increase supports for seniors to make it easier for them to stay in their home community and in their own home, if that's their choice. Funding is being provided to enhance inclusion and safety and remove community-level barriers to aging in place, along with initiatives to protect seniors from abuse. Mr. Speaker, senior abuse and neglect are very serious concerns for this government. One of the challenges we face is the under-reporting of abuse, making it difficult to get a complete picture of the problem. This issue is not unique to the North or even to Canada. June 15th is World Elder Abuse Awareness Day. It's an official United Nations International Day acknowledging the significance of elder abuse as a public health and human rights issue around the world. Ministers responsible for seniors across Canada recognize the seriousness of this issue and collaborate at the federal, provincial, and territorial table to discuss it. Mr. Speaker, a cross-jurisdictional work plan includes projects that identify gaps, challenges, as well as policy and program options to address financial and non-financial abuse of seniors. The N.W.T is actively participating in this work and will implement the regulatory and service delivery changes required to protect seniors. We are also working with our partners to launch a public awareness campaign focused on senior abuse and to provide training to N.W.T staff that teaches them how to identify signs of abuse. The N.W.T works closely with the N.W.T Senior Society to support organizations, communities, families, and individuals confronted with senior abuse. They operate a 1-800 phone line to offer information referrals and support to seniors and their families. Questions about senior abuse account for about 20% of all the calls they received in the last fiscal year. So this is an important issue in N.W.T communities. Mr. Speaker, the N.W.T Senior Society also delivers the Creating Safe Community for Older Adults workshop to communities that want to increase awareness of abuse of older adults, learn how to identify the abuse and take action. Mr. Speaker, individuals experiencing abuse can reach out to the RCMP, call Alison McAteer House toll-free, contact the 5 family violence shelters, or connect with a health and social service provider in their community for support to discuss next steps they can take to protect themselves. Mental health support, such as community counselors, the N.W.T helpline, as well as various online resources, are available to those who are affected by senior abuse, Mr. Speaker. I encourage anyone who wants to know more to reach out to the N.W.T Senior Society or visit their website. Enabling seniors to age in place requires an effort at the territorial level, at the community level, and within N.W.T families. Over the next few months, N.W.T residents, Indigenous and community governments, and stakeholder organizations will have the opportunity to participate in community-based in-person and virtual engagement sessions, as well to complete an online survey to inform the work the N.W.T is doing to enable more seniors to age in place, no matter where they live in the Northwest Territories. And that survey is available at health centres and from the N.W.T Senior Society in paper form. Mr. Speaker, throughout the month of June, I encourage you to take a moment to honour the seniors in your life and in your community, and remember that all seniors have the right to choose their own lifestyle, express themselves in their own language, and enjoy the same privileges granted to all residents of the N.W.T. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Minister statements. Minister statements. Minister responsible for Housing N.W.T.
Mr. Speaker, since becoming the Minister responsible for Housing N.W.T, I have repeatedly spoken on the theme of partnership. This is because the Northwest Territories is in a housing crisis that cannot be solved by any one government alone. Mr. Speaker, it is crucial that Housing N.W.T works with Indigenous governments to increase affordable housing for residents, providing training opportunities and supports the housing goals of Indigenous governments and communities, while maximizing local economic activity. Last fall, as part of our renewal strategy, Housing N.W.T committed to strengthening its partnerships with the Indigenous governments of the Northwest Territories. Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to announce that Housing N.W.T is making progress on that. Housing N.W.T has recently signed a Memorandum of Understanding on housing with the Clecho government. This provides a framework for intergovernmental cooperation on housing-related matters, including discussion on coordinating program delivery in the Clecho communities, working with the existing intergovernmental Memorandum of Understanding with the Clecho government. This Memorandum of Understanding on housing demonstrates Housing Northwest Territories' commitment to strengthening this important relationship and to ensure that our cooperation will endure far into the future. Mr. Speaker, stronger cooperation between the two governments has the potential to positively impact the day-to-day lives of the Clecho citizens and the public, and to help us focus and maximize our collective efforts on housing. Despite the promise of progress in the Memorandum of Understanding, there is still much more work to be done. Guided by the MOU, Housing N.W.T will work with the Clecho government on providing effective housing supports for people most in need. Mr. Speaker, while we may not always be able to agree, I want to express with this relationship based on trust, recognition, and mutual respect, we will overcome any challenges. We will be better, we will do better to maximize our collective efforts for people we serve. I look forward to jointly working together and continuing to make this progress on matters of importance to both the GNWT and the Clecho government. In closing, Mr. Speaker, merci to the Clecho government for working with us to set a new model for housing success in the Northwest Territories. I also want to thank the staff of Housing N.W.T for making this a priority and putting their efforts forward. Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Minister statements. Minister statements. Member statements. Member for Thabacha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my statement today is a little bit different. To begin my statement today, I want to share a quote from Gandhi when he described our modern Western society as one of wealth without work, pleasure without conscience, knowledge without character, commerce without mortality, science without sacrifice, and politics without principle. Mr. Speaker, for my member statement today, I want to talk about logical decision-making and logical thinking. One of the biggest things I've noticed since becoming an MLA is that every single decision that government makes needs to be backed up by frameworks, action plans, studies, and strategies. It is very clear to me that public government is nearly incapable of making seemingly easy decisions on about anything. There is much talk about doing things in the future because of the need to wait for further studies. However, that provides for a lack of action for long periods of time when logical decisions about things that have been studied to death can be put into action. This way of doing things wastes valuable time, money, and resources that can be put to better use and actually gets things done in a timely manner. Mr. Speaker, this way of doing things would never be acceptable when running a business, as the business would likely fall into deep deficit, eventually go bankrupt, and never be able to accomplish any of its core mandate actions. For private enterprise, as the saying goes, time is money, so logical decisions and logical thinking about known and established facts on various matters usually prevails. However, that same principle does not apply to public government, as government bureaucrats are always trying to cover decisions that should be made with good leadership in a timely, effective manner to make a difference for the people of the Northwest Territories. I seek unanimous consent to complete my statement, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Thabacha. The member seeking unanimous consent to conclude her statement. Are there any nays? There are no nays. You may conclude your statement.
Mr. Speaker, as the MLA for Thabacha, I'm stressing that decisions should come from the heart It should come from your knowledge of the subject. You should be passionate about the subject, and it should also accomplish positive changes. As leaders, we should also make sure that we are not making decisions that are not detrimental to the people of the Northwest Territories. We need to learn to think outside the box for the betterment of the people of the Northwest Territories. We must show strength and be proud of our decisions. Many times I feel there are too many chiefs and not enough Indians. The waters get muddy, and the whole idea of why we are here is sometimes being questioned by the people of the Northwest Territories. So colleagues, think before you leap, think before you speak, think before you action, to make it easier for the people of the Northwest Territories to understand what we are doing here. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Thabacha. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Mumfwee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today I am following up on my statement from last week on over-policing and police brutality. Since my last statement, several constituents have reached out to share their fears of the RCMP. Mr. Speaker, we should all be deeply troubled by this. Mr. Speaker, Indigenous people face violence every day. This violence is rooted in colonizations, residential school, the 60 scoops, the Indian Act, and other racist policies aimed at assimilating Indigenous people. Mr. Speaker, historically, the RCMP was complicit in this violence. For example, many RCMP were involved in separating Indigenous children and youth from their families to attend residential schools. The policing of Indigenous children and youth began at a very young age. This is one reason why there is mistrust and fear of the RCMP. Mr. Speaker, Indigenous women in the Northwest Territories and Canada face extraordinary rates of violence. In 2021 Statistics Canada revealed that 6 in 10 Indigenous women report being physically or sexually assaulted in their lifetime. These acts of violence are not separate from the colonial legacy of Canada. In fact, the colonial acts and policies are listed diminish Indigenous women. This has made them more susceptible to violence, including violence from the RCMP. The RCMP's rough handling, harsh treatment, racist remarks, indifference, and cruelty towards Indigenous women is systemic discrimination and violence against Indigenous women. This is unacceptable. For example, when charges are stayed against RCMP for police brutality, what message does this send to the Indigenous people, especially the Indigenous women? Mr. Speaker, in 2019, Mr. Speaker, can I have unanimous consent to conclude?
Thank you, Member for Mumfwee. The member seeking unanimous consent to conclude her statement. Are there any nays? There are no nays. You may conclude your statement.
Mr. Speaker, in 2019, the National Inquiry into Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls final report was released with calls to justice. From that report, calls for police services 9.1 reads, quote, acknowledge that the historical and current relationship between Indigenous women, girls, and 2SLGBTQIA people and the justice system has been largely defined by colonialism, racism, bias, discrimination, and fundamental cultural and societal difference. Acknowledge that going forward, this relationship must be based on respect and understanding, and must be led by and in partnership with Indigenous women, girls, and 2S LGBTQIA people, end quote. Mr. Speaker, Indigenous people across the territory are ready for a healthy and positive relationship with the RCMP based on respect, reconciliation with, and the safety of Indigenous people requires we implement the MMIWG for justice. I will have a question for the Minister of Justice. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Mumfwee. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Inuvik-Twin Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate the East 3 secondary graduates who will be having their ceremony on Saturday, June 4th in Inuvik. I would also like to congratulate the post-secondary students that will be having their convocation on June 17th at the Inuvik campus, as well as all those students that have completed their post-secondary this year, with all the challenges that they've had to do to complete their studies throughout the pandemic. Mr. Speaker, graduating in the Northwest Territories is a great achievement for those who are able to do so. According to statistics from EC&E grad rate fact sheet stats in 2018 show that the N.W.T graduation rate is 61.3%. And when it's broken down by regional centers, small communities, and Yellowknife, the stats are as follows. Regional centers are at the highest with 83.1%. Small communities are at 33.1%. Yellowknife at 71.4%. When we dive deeper into who is graduating and break it down even further between Indigenous and non-Indigenous, the stats are no surprise to most of us sitting in this room. In 2018, only 48.3% of the Indigenous students graduated, compared to 77.9% of the non-Indigenous students, Mr. Speaker. This saddens me. You know why this saddens me, Mr. Speaker? It's because there are so many systemic barriers and challenges that Indigenous students face, especially in the smaller communities, as my colleagues from the small communities continue to remind us all, that prevents them from achieving graduation, like poverty, lack of food, lack of shelter, addictions that some of these families are challenged with. Attending school and getting to school is much lower on their priority. Mr. Speaker, we talk about a representative workforce in the North, and I do as well, but we need to really fix the root causes as to why we don't have a representative workforce in the North. And that is why I stand in this House, as long as I am as an MLA, to raise the issues of these root causes, to get the attention they need for a better future for all our residents, especially our Indigenous residents. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Inuvik-Twin Lakes. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, what happens when a constituent finds him or herself with a disease that only 1 in a million people have, and then finds that disease is not on this government's antiquated list of specified disease conditions? Mr. Speaker, I will speak about chronic recurrent multifocal osteomyelitis, also referred as chromo. It is an issue that I promised a constituent that I would bring forward on his behalf. Chromo is a disease that affects mostly children and adolescents, but can affect any age. It results in inflammation in and around the bones with symptoms of continuous pain, inflammation, abnormal bone growth, bone deformity, bone fractures, joint swelling, and fever. It affects the person to the point that he or she is unable to work or participate in activities many of us take for granted. Mr. Speaker, of all the diseases present in the world today, we only have 50 shown on our list of specified disease conditions. Again, what happens when you have a rare disease and that disease is not on this government's list of specified disease conditions? The answer is simple. If you have private health insurance, treatment and medication may be covered. If you're relying on this government's healthcare system for support, you are, in fact, on your own. Mr. Speaker, the federal government has tasked this government with the responsibility and financial resources to provide health care to all residents of the Northwest Territories. What that means is we must do all we can to ensure residents have access to appropriate health care, whether or not they can afford it. and in this instance, whether or not it is a disease that is not on the list of specified disease conditions. Mr. Speaker, this government's Extended Health Benefits Policy 49.07 states that government is committed to the realization and maintenance of health and well-being of the Northwest Territories residents. It also states that nothing in this policy shall in any way be construed to limit the prerogative of the Executive Council to make decisions or take action respecting extended health benefits outside the provisions of this policy. Mr. Speaker, the second quote is particularly important as it is apparent the drafters of this policy anticipated that there would be instances where gaps would exist, thus provided the Executive Council with the authority to address those gaps. As such, Chromo not being listed is an instance where a gap does exist. Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to conclude my statement.
River South, the member is seeking unanimous consent to conclude his statement. Are there any nays? There are no nays. You may conclude your statement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, fixing an outdated policy is our responsibility. Providing health care is our responsibility. However, this government feels it would set a precedent and open the floodgate to others in similar circumstances, making those debatable decisions in favor of our constituents or why we are here. Mr. Speaker, the cost of helping this young man is approximately $20,000 per year. This will not cure the disease, but it would provide my constituent with a quality of life, something we all take for granted. Although the initial request on behalf of my constituent was denied, I would ask the Minister of Health to do the right thing and reverse her decision and provide the support that will improve this young man's quality of life, or at least place the matter before the Executive Council for their consideration. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Haver South. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Dechu.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Child and Family Services Standards and Procedures Manual states the Northwest Territories Child and Family Services Act mandates the provision of protective and supportive services for children and families. It goes on to state this mandate is the responsibility of the Department of Health and Social Services and Regional Health and Social Services authorities to jointly fulfill the obligations under the Child and Family Services Act. Mr. Speaker, the main objective of the Act is for the protection and well-being of children. It goes on to tell parents how to raise and handle their children, free from abuse and harm, and use of safe disciplinary methods. Mr. Speaker, the document goes on to state that measures taken for the protection and well-being of children should, as far as possible, promote family and community integrity and continuity. It also suggests that communities should be encouraged to provide and develop their own child and family services, but I take it within the rules of the Child and Family Services Act. Mr. Speaker, there is perhaps a lot of education for parents and communities within the Act, which focuses on the protection of the children within the family unit. The problem with the Child and Family Services Act is that it is not front and center in our communities. Only when there are troubles for families that this Act springs out of the dark, and families are left scratching their heads, wondering and realizing their worst nightmares, that their children are being taken away. Mr. Speaker, I will have questions for the Minister of Health and Social Services at the appropriate time. Mussy.
Thank you, member for Decho. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in every other jurisdiction in Canada, I could stand up in the House and ask a minister what exemptions, what changes, and how the National Building Code applies in that jurisdiction, except the Northwest Territories, Mr. Speaker. Right now, the answer to whether the National Building Code applies in the Northwest Territories is something like part of it, somewhere, sometimes, Mr. Speaker. And we know this. We know this because we have sued ourselves over it, and we know this because there are numerous contractual disputes about when and how the code applies in this territory. And Mr. Speaker, There are many debates that need to be had by jurisdictions about what sections they want of the National Building Code. For example, the National Building Code is not the only standard. There's the Canadian Safety Association standard on accessibility. Our Human Rights Commission has had multiple cases where they have said the National Building Code is not enough for accessibility. They have recommended that we implement higher accessibility standards in the Northwest Territories. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, right now in BC or Alberta or Ontario or Quebec, I could build a 12-story mass timber building. Mass timber is one of those areas that has exceeded beyond the current building code and is recognized as the more sustainable and cheaper option for northern building. But that would be illegal presently in the Northwest Territories. Mr. Speaker, there is a very large debate about what energy standards we want to adopt in the Northwest Territories. Right now, we haven't really adopted any. Perhaps we need northern-specific sections for building on permafrost. Mr. Speaker, I want to talk about single points of egress in 4 to 6-story buildings. I love single points of egress in 4 to 6-story buildings, Mr. Speaker. Ontario is looking how to adopt those because we recognize now that new buildings that are built with fire safety standards don't need a second stairwell. In fact, all that second stairwell is doing is driving up the cost of buildings and further increasing our housing crisis. Yet, Mr. Speaker, we can't have that conversation here because we do not have a Building Standards Act. Mr. Speaker, the steps right now to get a building approved depend on which municipality you're in, and there are literally hundreds of steps and hundreds of points of approval across multiple jurisdictions. I believe that implementing a Building Standards Act will pay for itself in streamlining the building process, and it will help alleviate our housing crisis. I'll have questions for the Minister of MACA. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Yellowknife North. Member statements. Member for Kamloops.
Mr. Speaker, I will be speaking to suicide today. Before I start, I want to give people an opportunity to turn down the volume or remove themselves from the chamber if they prefer not to listen. Mr. Speaker, I like numbers because they compel evidence-based decision-making. So here are some numbers. The World Health Organization estimates one person dies by suicide every 40 seconds. Over 4,000 Canadians die by suicide every year. That's 11 people every day. 70% of mental health problems arise during childhood or adolescence, and 75% of children with mental disorders do not have access to specialized treatment services. Indigenous youth are 5 to 6 times more likely to die by suicide than non-Indigenous youth, and suicide rates for Inuit youth are among the highest globally, at 11 times the national average. Mr. Speaker, I have spoken in this House before about youth mental health emergencies. I explained that if a child broke their arm, they would be given an X-ray, a cast, pain medication, instructions for cast care, and told what to do if they need more support. But what happens when a child's injury is mental and not physical? Through multiple anecdotes, I learned the typical emergency room response to suicide attempt is to physically put the person back together and then request a call to the patient from the community counselor. If it's a long weekend, that call is a minimum 4 days away, and the callback is the only support tool provided. This is a gap, Mr. Speaker. Northerners need immediate aftercare in these traumatic moments. The Health and Social Services Mental Health and Addictions team brings together various support platforms, expertise, and grassroots funding. But these tools or programs are not communicated to Northerners in crisis mode. There's no space for designing safety plans or discussing next steps. The standard hospital emergent response to suicide attempts is not enough. Mr. Speaker, many of our children are not okay. Suicide is a common conversation among youth across our territory and across demographics. In the N.W.T, roughly 160 to 180 people use hospital services every year following suicide attempts. Each of these instances are calls for help with the gift of a second chance. If mental health is health, we need to ensure that mental health supports and immediate emergency aftercare is accessible at our hospitals and our health centres. We owe it to the people of the Northwest Territories not to waste these second chances. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Kamloops. Member statements. Member for Framley.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. There are some issues I'd like to follow up on from the recent royal visit my colleague from Yellowknife North started to raise some of these issues earlier in this sitting. The first issue is the need for a new name for the Territorial Heritage Centre or Museum. I've raised this issue repeatedly, as has the member for Yellowknife Centre the Yellowknife North in this sitting. I was very pleased to hear the Minister of Education, Culture and Employment say basically on May 27th that the only obstacle to renaming the position or the museum is political inertia, as there is no requirement or need for royal approval. Here's a concrete step that our government can easily take towards reconciliation: rename our territorial museum. The member for Yellowknife North has also raised the need to rename some other places in the Northwest Territories to stop commemorating our colonial and racist roots. I support that call, which is also consistent with the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. Article 13 says that Indigenous peoples have the right to, quote, designate and retain their own names for communities, places, and persons. And, quote, states shall take effective measures to ensure that this right is protected, end of quote. Clearly, N.W.T has some unfulfilled obligations in this regard, and I'll ask the Minister how this right will be implemented here. I'm hoping that the Special Committee on Reconciliation and Indigenous Affairs will also take note of this issue and address it in their final report. The other issue that I want to raise is the permitted uses of the museum. During the recent royal visit to the museum, there was a display of some Inuit traditional heritage items, including a stone lamp or kudlik. Unfortunately, current direction from the museum appears to preclude the lighting of the lamp. It's my understanding that a lighted kudlik has been allowed before within the museum without any adverse impacts, so it's not clear why there's a new policy or direction. I'll have questions later today for the Minister of Education, Culture and Employment on how we can fulfill our UNDRIP obligations with regard to place naming and also ensure that the museum supports culturally significant practices. Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Frame Lake. Member statements. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This week, the Auditor General of Canada's report on addictions prevention and recovery services in the Northwest Territories was tabled in this House. Portions of the report speak of equitable access to supports, as well as the need for culturally safe services. The Auditor General reports that aftercare is limited or non-existent, and there are little to no formalized processes or communications to clients on other supports available to them, including from Health Canada. Prevention. I've heard from several residents that they often cannot reach the primary health clinic or obtain an appointment, with many people lacking a permanent family doctor. Primary care can be the first point of contact for someone trying to get help or resources for mental health or medical issues that may lead to addiction and/or relapse. Immediate access to top quality medical care is crucial if we want to deal with our addictions issue. Adjustments to the current system for accessing healthcare and trauma counseling need to change. Some of this work has been started, but it's clearly not enough as the mental health crisis looms on. Recovery. People faced with addictions are often underhoused or homeless. Ensuring adequate housing and safe spaces is crucial to mental health and addiction prevention and recovery. The Departments of Health and Social Services and Housing must collaborate with Indigenous governments and communities to establish aftercare services and sober housing so people can continue their recovery in their home communities in a safe environment. Furthermore, these spaces need to be in good repair, and there must be 24-hour supports in place to help those recovering in their journey. Mr. Speaker, when reviewing the report, the biggest thing that jumps out to me is the lack of data collection and measurable outcomes on addictions in the N.W.T. Both the Department of Health and Social Services and the health authorities have failed to collect or analyze targeted data that could have been used to identify trends and provide information to support action to improve outcomes for Northerners. Mr. Speaker, it has been 20 years since the Department of Health committed to better coordinate the health and social services system to improve residents' access to services. And 20 years later, it appears nothing has changed. This government needs to develop concrete, actionable plans that lead to better outcomes. They need to build sober houses and hire respected elders and community members to provide supports in communities. Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to conclude my statement.
Thank you, member for Great Slave. The member seeking unanimous consent to conclude her statement. Are there any nays? If there are no nays, you may conclude your statement.
I was pretty close. They need to build sober houses and hire respected elders and community members to provide sober supports in communities. The ability to detox and recover in an environment that is safe and supportive is the right of all of our people, and the N.W.T has failed to provide this. How can we say we are truly intent on reconciliation when we fail to see our people crying for help? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Great Slave. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Weyallon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today I want to talk about mental health challenges in communities I represent. Recently, I have learned of several very serious medical incidents arising from chronic mental health conditions in my constituent communities. These tragic circumstances have serious impacts on the community that extend beyond one individual. For Indigenous people, our communities are tight-knit and compassionate. We support each other through the best and worst times. We also suffer together. A legacy of colonialism and genocide have left our people with deep psychological scars. The intergenerational trauma continues to oppress the Indigenous people in the Northwest Territories, leading to depression, anger, and violence and suicide. Mr. Speaker, I received a call from a council member in one of my communities I represent and was very distressed to learn it was about a young woman who was suicidal. This young woman had sadly attempted suicide by hanging herself, but was thankfully saved by friends and family. They brought her to the health center to be assessed and hoped to see her admitted to the psych ward in YELLOWKNIFE. The nursing staff kept her for a short time, then released her with Tylenol pills. Even the RCMP were unwilling to have the young woman apprehended, admitted to the hospital, something made possible through the Mental Health Act. This sorry episode is both moving and disheartening. The tremendous compassion and conviction of the young woman's family is inspiring. Just the lack of care available in the community is heartbreaking. Mr. Speaker, we know from the offices of the Auditor General of Canada that the government is not doing enough to treat and prevent addictions. This is particularly true in respect to our small communities. I will quote from the report. We were also concerned by the lack of coordination needed to connect clients with services that require, even though it's been 20 years since the department committed to better coordinate the health and social services system to improve residents' access to services. The department and health authorities need to do more to deliver on their commitments to provide equitable, culturally safe programs to help people impacted by addictions access the care they need for their own well-being and that of their own communities. Mr. Speaker, who is responsible for the safety of the individual is the threat to themselves and others. Surely it's not the distressed family desperately turning to medical and police professionals for help. We can do better. Enough precious lives have been lost already, and my constituents cannot bear seeing any more of their sons, daughters, brothers, sisters, fathers, and mothers consumed by the darkness of the despair of suicide. It's time to take a serious look at the healthcare and mental health support in small communities and make this a real priority for the government and future governments. I will have questions for the Minister of Health and Social Services. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Merci.
Thank you, member for Weyallon. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Sawtooth.
Mr. Speaker, in February of this year, Ms. Sierra McDonald wrote all MLAs of the Legislative Assembly acknowledging the need for a treatment centre and addiction support. Since my time in this government, I have seen and heard constant advocacy on this issue. And I am pleased to see the progress as we start to make movement within our healthcare approach of new positions, workshops, and fundings for small communities and Indigenous governments to engage and support their efforts in addressing these important issues: trauma, addiction, and healing. Mr. Speaker, Ms. Sierra McDonald is here with us today, along with her grandmother, Ms. Mary Jane McDonald. Sierra will be graduating this year and will be attending Concordia University in Quebec and will be pursuing her education in political science. She will also be attending the World Youth Summit on Monday in Saskatchewan. It is great to see our young people pursuing their dreams and aspirations. And who knows what this future may bring. You may see in the coming years MLA McDonald, Premier McDonald, Minister McDonald. We don't know. But you make our future look bright. Thank you, Sierra, and thank you to her grandmother for being in attendance. Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Member statements. Member statements. Returns to oral questions. Returns to oral questions. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Acknowledgements. Acknowledgements. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Member for Haver South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in December of 2020, we all received an email from a young lady, and she's in the audience. That young lady was Sierra McDonald from Norman Wells. At the time, she was a grade 11 student and was attending the Foxy Pier Leader Retreat. And she sent us an email as part of that program. And in that email, she posed 4 questions, and basically on treatment centers and why they are needed in the N.W.T. And it's an issue that we all struggle with. And my understanding, as Minister Chena said, is that Ms. McDonald is off to university in the fall, and I wish her all the best in her studies, and I ask that she keep in touch with all of us, because I think one day she'll be sitting in here, and Ms. Chin is probably hoping it's not her seat, but thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Member for Haver South. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. I'd like to welcome everyone, and it's always good to have an audience with us. Merci. Acknowledgements. Acknowledgements. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member for Haver South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, these questions are the Premier. Mr. Speaker, will the Premier confirm how, in the Extended Health Benefits Policy 49.07, a disease condition makes it onto the list of specified disease conditions? How often is this list updated, and what consideration is given to those diseases that are rare, such as chronic, recurrent, multifocal osteomyelitis? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Haver South. Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Although I heard 3 questions in there, I think all of them belong to the Minister of Health. I'd like to defer it to the Minister of Health. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Premier. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member for Haver South for the question. I want to start by saying this isn't the appropriate forum to discuss specific cases or conditions. It's important that we respect the right of patients to their health information. That said, on the general topic of the specified conditions, the list, which has 58 conditions on it, was inherited from the federal government when we took responsibility in this area in 1988. Some conditions were added in 2011 through the medical director of the time. It is now, the specified disease list is now the subject of a review by the Department of Health and Social Services. There'll be public consultation in the summer, and we expect to have a new draft policy available for review by next spring. The purpose of redrafting the policy is that listing conditions is not a very efficient way of dealing with need for extra help with things like prescription drugs. It would be better to look at income and means testing to see what people have for personal resources and what they need in order to pay for the help they need through their specified conditions. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Haver South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, will the Premier confirm how constituents with diseases not currently listed on the specified disease conditions list are accommodated when it comes to provision of treatment and medication?
Thank you, Member for Haver South. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, medical treatment, as the member knows, is an insured service under the N.W.T health plan, so anyone can appear at any of the health centres or at Stanton and expect to receive a diagnosis and treatment for the condition that they are presenting with. That said, we do not cover drugs on a universal basis. There is no universal pharmacare here or anywhere else in the country at this point. That there is an understanding at our level and at the federal level that there is a need to develop a strategy around specified, not specified diseases, but extraordinary drug costs. Because what we're finding is there are more of these 1 in a million cases of disease, and often the treatments are extremely expensive. So there is an acknowledgement that this is a potential problem and a remedy is in the works. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Haver South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, will the Premier confirm what is the role of her department when it comes to persons who are indigent and without the financial resources to acquire treatment or drugs for a rare disease such as chronic recurrent multifocal osteomyelitis? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Haver South. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Yeah, thank you. This answer really turns on the personal resources of the person. In some cases, people may be able to access health benefits through their work or through their parents' work if they're dependent children. It may be possible if they're seniors. It is possible for them to access support from the N.W.T. Likewise, people who qualify for Métis health benefits can have their drugs covered, and those with the specified conditions. After that, it may be possible for a person to apply for private health insurance. It may also be possible for a person to apply for income assistance and for a disability benefit if their disease prevents them from working. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary. Member for Haver South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my constituent exhausted all other avenues for assistance in covering treatment costs and now looks to this government as its last hope. Mr. Speaker, Clause 8 of the Extended Health Benefits Policy 49.07 states that nothing in this policy shall in any way be construed to limit the prerogative of the Executive Council to make decisions or take action respecting extended health benefits outside the provisions of this policy. Mr. Speaker, will the Premier confirm the purpose or intent of that clause? And does the Premier see it as the drafter's intent to address policy gaps? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Haver South. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services. Oh, sorry, Honourable Premier.
Thank you. Respectfully, Mr. Speaker, it's usually the Premier that would speak on Executive Council issues, so if you're all right, I'd take that question. So the purpose of the provision in all policies in the N.W.T are similar to that, stating that the Executive Council, nothing in the policy shall in any way construe the limits the prerogative of the Executive Council to make decisions to take action respecting a lot of policies. And the reason is that is because although ministers have specific departments, it's the Executive Council as a whole that is responsible for the operations of the government. However, in saying that, we don't get into every single department. That's why we have departments and specific ministers for that. However, The other thing that's important to say as well is that the matters that are put before the Executive Council themselves are subject to privilege, so I can't publicly actually commit to the member publicly whether this would come to the Executive or not. But I do want to say that we do recognize that there's issues with this policy, and I think that the Minister recognizes that as well, and that's why she is looking to do a review of the extended health benefits policy that's underway now. I also heard, I've had personal conversations with the member as well, Mr. Speaker, and I also can say that, it's heartbreaking to hear when people fall through gaps, and none of us want to see that. But with the Minister, with her work on the extended health policy, and also Canada, there's a national pharmacy care program that they're talking about as well. So based on my conversations with the member, Mr. Speaker, I will make sure that I bring this conversation up with my conversations with federal ministers, the Prime Minister, and see how their pharmacy care program can actually interact with our own policies around healthcare. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Premier. Oral questions. Member for Ditchou.
Merci, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my questions are related to my member's statement on the Child and Family Services Act. I note the intentions of the Act to prevent child abuse within the family unit and the needed education of families to comply with this Act. Education First Nations of the Act is a win-win for the intent of the Act. Can the Minister advise if the education and awareness of this Act has been made to First Nations organizations, and has the Department advised the organizations at the duly convened meetings of all regional assemblies? Merci.
Thank you, Member for Ditchou. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to the member for Ditchou for the question. Just by way of background, the Child and Family Services Act came into force in 1998, and it has a provision to be reviewed every 5 years, and it is being reviewed this year. The purpose of the Act is, and will continue to be, to ensure that the best interests of the child are taken care of. What has changed is that there is more of a focus now on prevention rather than protection. So protection is still present, but prevention needs to be exhausted first. So there are opportunities for counseling, parenting programs, services to improve housing, treatment if that's required, and any other service that may be helpful to the family to address the issues that they are having and to keep them together, to keep them whole as a family unit. The Act recognizes that the best place for a child is in the family home. And the reason to take the child out of that home is only because they are not safe in that home. So using this new approach, we have been able to ensure that 92% of children who receive child and family services are in their own home or in their home communities. So the practice of taking children out of their communities and cultures is something that we're moving beyond in this era of reconciliation. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Ditchou.
Merci, Mr. Speaker, and merci to the Minister for not answering my original question. But I appreciate her review of it and the fact that it's more on prevention. Mr. Speaker, an act as such can lead to criminal charges to a family member, depending on the seriousness of child discipline. This act has far-reaching implications and presence, including in the schools, which parents aren't aware of. My question to the Minister is, when are the communities going to be made aware of this act that will and can affect their families? Merci.
Thank you, Member for Ditchou. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I mentioned, this Act has been in force for 25 years. And so child protection workers, social workers have been using this legislation for 25 years. So it's not new. In the time that I've been minister and we've started this review of the Child and Family Services Act, I've been in frequent contact with Indigenous governments to ask for their feedback on what they would want to change in this Act, since we have an opportunity to make changes in this Assembly. So I'm not sure what the member has in mind by making parents aware. If he has a specific case he would like me to look into, then I would encourage him to contact me privately about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Ditcho.
Merci, Mr. Speaker. I think what I've been alluding to in my first two questions here is whether the communities are even aware of this act, because I come from a small community and we never hear of the Child and Family Services Act in our communities, let alone the First Nations organizations who are accountable to the members, and also all the regional First Nations organizations that I speak to, and they say they never hear of the act or anybody ever approaches their assemblies or meetings to make them aware that there is such an act in place. And as the minister alluded, I guess the act has been in existence for some time now. The Department of Health and Social Services has staff on the ground in the communities enforcing this act, but they're not going to our community leadership or the meetings or attending any of our functions. Can the minister advise if there are staff in many or all of the communities in the north? Merci.
Thank you, Member for Ditcho. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the member was not a member in 2018 when the OAG reviewed the provision of child and family services. But that was a very distressing report showing significant gaps in the provision of child and family services. The result was an investment of 57 new positions in child and family services across the N.W.T. since 2018. So I can say that there are, for example, 2 social workers in Fort Providence. Most communities have resident social workers. Some of the smaller communities are served from regional offices. The other big thing that's happened is that the federal government passed Bill C-92, which is an act which enables Indigenous governments to create their own child and family services law. We've had a number of inquiries about this act from Indigenous groups in the N.W.T, and the Nunavut Regional Corporation has already written its law, and we are now in negotiations with them on a coordination agreement where we will provide services according to their law. So I'm a little puzzled by the member's insistence that nobody knows about this act, but I want to assure him that that this is a topic of conversation in bilaterals and at Indigenous government tables often, and that there is an opportunity now for Indigenous governments to take control in this area. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary. Member for Ditcho.
Merci, Mr. Speaker, and merci to the Minister for her answer. When I ask questions of lots of my leadership, you know, they've never heard of the CFS Act. The only ones that know about it are the affected families who've been approached and their kids been taken away and then given back to them. Mr. Speaker, I've been made aware that the CFS staff in Fort Providence will be moved out of the local health center. I'm aware that they currently have 2 offices in the building. I see from the supplementary estimates that they will be moved into new leased space within the community. Can the Minister advise why the need to move the 2 staff into another leased space when they have adequate office space in the current building? Merci.
Thank you, Member for Ditcho. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is a situation where the health centre simply isn't big enough to hold all the staff. I said 2 social workers. There's actually 3 social workers, a social work supervisor, and 2.5 healthy family workers, as well as 1 family preservation worker. So that's a total of 6.5 full-time equivalent positions providing social services in Fort Providence, and there simply isn't enough room in the health centre, and so they are going to move that staff group into another location. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member for Framley.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. My question is for the Minister of Education, Culture and Employment. The Minister said the only thing holding us back from renaming the Territorial Museum is ourselves. I would like to establish what the position of Cabinet is on this issue and what, if any, priority it may have. Can the Minister tell us whether this government supports and takes responsibility for giving the Territorial Museum a more regionally and culturally appropriate name within a reasonable time frame, say perhaps my lifetime? Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Minister responsible for Education, Culture and Employment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I can't bind future governments, but I'm confident that we will see a name change in the member's lifetime, and I wish the member a very long life. But the plan has been to, as the member knows, we are working to address some of the infrastructure issues at the museum, some type of retrofit, perhaps a new governance model, and tied in with that would be a name change. Instead of just slapping a new name on an old building, we want to package it all together so it is a new, there's a sense of renewal associated with it. So it's not just we're doing it for the sake of doing it, we're doing it as well in conjunction with significant other changes. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. I want to thank the Minister for that, and I hope to be present during the renaming ceremony whenever it takes place. I have to confess to the Minister that I like to hang out at the museum and the archives. He probably knows that. When I first arrived in Yellowknife in 1985 and visited the museum, there was a full-time toponymist with a dedicated office and workspace. That's somebody who studies place names. It's not clear to me that we have the same resources dedicated to this important function. Given UNDRIP Article 13 and our government's commitment to implementation, can the Minister tell us how we can fulfill our place naming obligations? Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Minister responsible for EC&E.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And there is still a full-time toponymist, which is now known as a Cultural Places Officer, and that was renamed about 10 years ago, so still 30 years after the member first arrived here. And that position does all of the naming work that the member is talking about, and it's a busy office. There have been hundreds of name changes and new names made official in the last number of years, and currently there are 424 new and replacement names that have been submitted by the Little Dene First Nation, and 13 Indigenous place names in the N.W.T National Park Reserve, and we are working to make those name changes happen. So I would say we're one of the leaders when it comes to indigenizing names in the territory, or rather making sure their actual names are official names. Thank you.
Sir, oral questions. Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. I want to thank the Minister for that. Yeah, and I too fully recognize the work that's being done by Indigenous governments and organizations like the Gwich'in Social and Cultural Institute. They've done a lot of work on place names. So, but I think that we need a concerted effort and a program to fully recognize and change colonial and racist place names here in the Northwest Territories. It's not clear, whether we actually have such a program ourselves. So I want to ask the Minister whether he intends to fully implement UNDRIP Article 13 and whether any additional resources are needed. Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Minister responsible for EC&E.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. No additional resources are needed. We are making our way through hundreds of names, as I mentioned, and we are fully staffed. I know that the government of Nunavut has had some staffing issues with that eponymous position, but luckily we've been able to maintain staff and are making our way through that. We do have a geographical and community names policy of the Executive Council, and that guides how communities and geographical features are renamed. And I don't think that there's any sort of policy adjustments required, any sort of additional resources required. What we need is community engagement and communities to bring forward these names. It's not up to the N.W.T to say what a particular place should be named. It's up to the communities, and the communities have been bringing forward those names by the dozen, and we have been making those changes as they're brought forward. Thank you.
Minister, final supplementary. Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. I want to thank the Minister for that. Lastly, I just wanted to follow up on how our territorial museum can better support important cultural practices like the lighting of an Inuit kudlik. Can the Minister explain whether lighted kudliks have been allowed in the museum before, what the current policy is, and the basis for that policy or practice? Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Minister responsible for EC&E.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Kudliks have been lit in the museum before, in the auditorium area. There could be arrangements made to have them lit in other areas, but a bit of a heads up is needed to ensure that the sprinkler systems are turned off so that we don't damage any of our artifacts, and that smoke detectors perhaps are temporarily removed. And that's the situation we found ourselves in, where there just wasn't enough lead time given to make a change like that to allow for one to be lit. And it's an unfortunate incident, and I think we would have done things differently if we had known earlier, but I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Thabacha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my questions are for the Minister of Justice. Can the Minister of Justice tell us how many RCMP misconduct cases have been reported and investigated within the N.W.T? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Thabacha. Minister responsible for Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When people bring forward complaints, they can bring them forward to the RCMP or to a civilian oversight group, the Civilian Review and Complaints Commission. In 2017-18, there were 33 complaints. In 2018-19, there were 32 complaints. In 19-20, 32 complaints. In 2021, there were 18 complaints, and in 21-22, there were 10 complaints. As of May 13th in this fiscal year, there have been 3. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Thabacha.
Mr. Speaker, can the Minister tell us if the RCMP investigates their own misconduct cases? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Thabacha. Minister responsible for Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So as I mentioned, citizens can bring their complaints directly to the RCMP, in which case, depending on the nature of the complaint, it might be investigated internally by G Division. If it is a more serious complaint, an outside agency would be brought in to do the investigation. And if it's brought to the Civilian Review and Complaints Commission, they would be the ones undertaking that. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Thabacha.
Mr. Speaker, the standard length of time that an RCMP officer stays in a community is usually about 2 to 3 years. Can the Minister tell us how long a commanding officer of G Division remains in their position, and what is the criteria for hiring a commanding officer? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Thabacha. Minister responsible for Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The answer to question 3A is 5 years, and the answer to question 3B is about 2 pages long, so I will share that by email with the member. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary. Member for Thabacha.
Mr. Speaker, I strongly believe it is time that the N.W.T review its police service agreement with the RCMP. The RCMP are overpaid, underworked, and need greater accountability, transparency, and oversight on their conduct. Does the minister have the authority and the will to review the terms and conditions of the existing Territorial Police Service Agreement? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Thabacha, Minister responsible for Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Territorial Police Services Agreement is a 20-year agreement, and it goes until the year 2032. It is collectively managed by all provinces and territories. So there wouldn't be much utility in myself sitting down and reviewing this 80-page document. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Kamloops.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my questions today are for the Minister of Health and Social Services. I'm wondering if the Minister can speak to, beyond helping somebody with any physical support that they need within an emergency center, what is the protocol for responding to a mental health crisis or suicide attempt? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Kamloops. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member for Kamloops for that question. NTHSSA has a system-wide policy on suicide risk assessment. It's a 10-page policy, which is available online. The policy clearly states that the staff need to assess the risk and complete a meaningful safety plan. The risk assessment determines the level of intervention, which could be minimum, moderate, or high. If the suicidal incident involves the hospital, there's a discharge meeting and a plan for which there is a template. And if needed, a multidisciplinary community care plan is created. So this could include access to counseling, which is available same day, although as the member noted, that's not 7 days a week. E-mental health, and mature minors who have the capacity to understand and consent don't have to involve their families in their hospital visit and their aftercare plan, but it would be good practice if that were the case, so that there is a reliable person who can be part of this person's recovery. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Kamloops.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I can say that with the residents of the territory that I've had the opportunity to speak with, that that is not what has happened in their experience following a suicide attempt from a family member or from themselves. And so this is definitely a gap. And so I'm wondering if Health and Social Services tracks suicide attempts, and if they also track the response and the plan of care that is provided to each of those people who are traveling this journey. Because I will say that is not the reality of the residents that I've had the opportunity to speak with. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Kamloops. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I certainly welcome the member for Kamloops to share specific cases with me to follow up. In terms of self-harm and suicidal ideation, information provided to the member previously reveals that the number of self-harm or suicidal ideation incidents has in fact been dropping over the years since 2016-17, which is the first year in this 5-year chart. Likewise, the number of people seeking counseling because of suicidal ideation, that is youth seeking counseling, has gone down as well. That doesn't mean that there isn't a problem. There clearly is a problem with suicidal ideation, and we need to take that seriously. That's why we have made suicide prevention funding available to communities so that they can do their own suicide prevention training and awareness and training. So that's where we're going with the prevention piece. And to reiterate what I said earlier, if the member knows that the policy is not being followed, I encourage her to bring that to my attention on a case-by-case basis so that we can figure out what the gaps are and how to address them. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Kamloops.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is me standing in front of the minister identifying a gap. These services are not being provided at the hospital. When people present at the hospital with suicide attempts, they are not given the supports that they need before they leave. Before they leave, they're asked if they are physically okay. They are put on a list to receive a call home from the community councillor on the agenda of or schedule of the community councillor. They are not provided with an aftercare plan. They are not provided with a safety plan. They are not connected to the resources that Health and Social Services spends a lot of money making available to people, and they are not provided with a recipe for success. We are not using the second chances that we are being given by residents adequately, and I'm identifying this gap right now. So will the minister provide immediate direction to Health and Social Services to fill this gap, please? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Kamloops. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Thank you to the member for her comments. I will take them into account.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary. Member for Kamloops.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My next question was related to hopefully getting a yes to fill that gap. Will the minister be willing to table a solution then that she comes up with her department in the House so that everybody knows what's expected of one another and what kind of service they can expect in dangerous situations? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Kamloops. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I've heard the comments of the member, and I will take them into account. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member for Mumfwee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, last week the Minister of Justice shared that the RCMP has been tasked to focus on the MMIWG calls for justice and TRC calls to action. I want to ask the Minister, can the Minister share some of the specific action the RCMP will take to address the missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls calls for police services as part of that renewal? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Mumfwee. Minister responsible for Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So as everyone knows, the RCMP is a contractor. They are separate. I'm not privy to all of the operational details, and I don't have them on hand. So because of that, I will have to get back to the member with a written response. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Mumfwee.
Yep. Thank you. Yeah, I am aware there are federal jurisdiction, but he is the Minister of Justice for our side. Will there be a specific practices or policies implemented in regard to prevent police brutality and other forms of violence against Indigenous women? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Mumfwee. Minister responsible for Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, these are all very operational. I don't want to give partial answers. The member is very good at soliciting information from ministers through written questions and through these very complex oral questions. And so what I'm going to have to do is provide a written response once again. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Mumfwee.
Can the minister share some of the specific actions that the RCMP will take to develop a healthier relationship based on respect with Indigenous people? Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Mumfwee. Minister responsible for Justice.
Thank you. Once again, Mr. Speaker, with a bit of heads up, I might have been able to come up with some of these answers and get these very specific operational details from the RCMP, but I will have to get back to the member. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary. Member for Mumfwee.
Okay, as our representative, are RCMP officers given cultural awareness and sensitivity training before they enter the communities? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Mumfwee. Minister responsible for Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That is part of the RCMP training. As well, the G Division, the RCMP in the Northwest Territories have requirements for new members to engage with the community once they become part of that community, to meet with elders, to participate in community events, and there's a number of other things that happen in the territory in response to the MMIWG and TRC that the department is the lead on, not necessarily the RCMP. The Community Safety Officer Pilot Project, our community justice programs, which we've had for a number of decades now, the Community Policing Action Plans, and the First Nation and Inuit Policing Program, which emphasizes community policing as opposed to more traditional policing. So there are a number of things that are happening, and with the written responses that I'll be providing the member, she will have all the information that she requires. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions, member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Right now, across every jurisdiction in Canada, a process is occurring where jurisdictions have gotten advanced copies of National Building Code 2020, and many are reviewing and deciding whether they want to implement it, whether they want to make any exemptions. As I stated in my statement, many have already taken parts of it, such as the sections on mass timber, and implemented them. And my question for the Minister of MACA is whether we are doing any of this work, whether this is work that the N.W.T does at all, or simply do we just go to the Fire Prevention Act regulations and change 2015 to 2020 when that comes into force? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For Yellowknife North, Minister responsible for Municipal and Community Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the N.W.T is currently using the 2015 National Building Standards, or the NBC. The code permits construction of mass timber buildings up to 6 stories. The 2020 edition that the member's talking about was released in March of 2022, and the Fire Marshal Office has up to 2 years to, or until 2024 or 2024 to adopt it. But I'm happy here to say to this here in the House and for the people out there that Fire Marshal's Office will be adopting in the first quarter of the 2023 fiscal year. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions, member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That's news to me. I'm glad to hear that we will be adopting NBC 2020. I guess my understanding, though, is that we don't actually adopt it wholesale. We just adopt the small section of it that applies to fire prevention, and then the fire marshal approves that. The rest of it is kind of left up to municipalities. Also, in one of the exemptions that a number of jurisdictions are exploring is whether buildings of 4 to 6 stories need 2 stairwells. I know this is a highly technical exemption, but a number of jurisdictions have said that if you get rid of the second stairwell requirement, you see the nature of cities change, you see more buildings built in a different style. I'm just wondering if this is something at all that we have considered. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Yellowknife North. Minister responsible for MACA.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the NBC 2015 requires that at least 2 exits, and there must be arranged so that they are clear, visible, identifiable, and accessible. For public safety reasons, we cannot facilitate a single means of exit. The current adopted code, as well as the 2020 code, requires 2 exits to ensure that at least 1 exit is available during emergency evacuation if one is blocked due to fire or smoke. I do not want to be the minister that has only 1 exit and we have fatality going out there. So we are going to follow the code as it is and follow the recommendations as it will have to. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions, member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, I guess this gets to kind of the heart of implementing building codes. As I can assure the minister, there are buildings all across this territory with 1 exit, and there are buildings all around this territory that don't meet the code because they were built a long time ago. And it's how we enforce those standards. One of the specific standards beyond the National Building Code is the Canadian Safety Association Standard B561, also very technical, but the Human Rights Commission that has said in order to prevent a building from a discrimination case for not being accessible, this is the standard that we should adopt. The territory should be designing buildings to be accessible for disability standards. I'm wondering if the department is looking into any work to be done so we could adopt that accessibility standard. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Minister responsible for MACA.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this standard is already in place in the N.W.T. as referenced in the current adopted edition of the National Building Code 2015. Many additional changes are incorporated in the 2020 edition of the NBC to further improve the accessibility design. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member for Weyallon.
Merci, Mr. Speaker. I want to follow up my questions to the Minister of Health and Social Services concerning standards of care being offered in small communities. On May 31st, 2022, the Minister stated that I had the opportunity to go to 6 different N.W.T communities, and he had a lot to say about healthcare and delivered to them. Can the Minister tell us which community she visited and what issues she heard from the residents? And Mr. Speaker, I don't need specifics, just a broad policy recommendation that represents the privacy of the health care clients. Must Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Weyallon. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Yeah, thank you. I was honored, Mr. Speaker, to tour your communities, Fort McPherson, Sigachik, I attended a constituency meeting with my colleague from Inuvik-Boot Lake. I went to the Fort Smith Medical Center and met with the Regional Wellness Council. I went to Norman Wells and I met with the Regional Wellness Council there and toured the long-term care. And I met with the Yellowknife Regional Wellness Council, which includes a representative from Fort Resolution. The issues were what I would define as case management, which means that people had specific concerns about their own interactions with the healthcare system. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Weyallon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Minister Green, for your answer. The Minister has also said that the CEO of the Yellowknife Health and Social Services region has been to Fort Resolution a couple of times this month and has open channels of communication with leadership there. Can the Minister elaborate on the number of visits and lengths, and if they had an opportunity to meet with the Chief Louis Bosley and President Arthur Beck? Merci.
Thank you, Member for Weyallon. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I'm going to need to get back to the member with details about when those visits happened by the COO of the Yellowknife region to the community of Fort Resolution. I know they happened in May, but I can't be more specific than that. And I would also like to say that with respect to meeting Arthur Beck and Chief Bosley, I haven't met Chief Bosley. I have met Arthur Beck at various bilaterals that we've had. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member for Weyallon.
Merci, Mr. Speaker, and merci to Minister Julie Green for your answer. Can the Minister tell us what she means by starting the communication channels have been established with Fort Resolution leadership? Does this mean that a plan to address the needs of the community is in development? Merci.
Thank you, Member for Weyallon. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Yeah, thank you. I found in my notes here that the Chief Operating Officer was there May the 2nd to the 5th. She met with community members, the mayor, the staff at the health centre, to look at ways that communication could be improved within the community and between the community and the Health and Social Services Authority. The service levels are a concern. I've mentioned this previously. We're very short of nurses, and that applies to Fort Resolution as it does to other places. Finding staff is done on a system-wide basis, so we don't have a plan that singles out particular communities. We need to provide healthcare across the N.W.T, so everyone is considered at the same time. I am pleased to hear that that the community has taken advantage of the Community Suicide Prevention Agreement in the last fiscal year and received $41,000 to bring about that service, and that that the chief has been holding a 6-week wellness camp and follow-up workshops. That's great, and I really appreciate communities applying for the community funds that we have available so that they can provide service directly to their residents according to their own needs and values. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary, member for Tunde Welde.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can the minister reassure this House that the health centers, personnel, and RCMP members in Fort Resolution, Tinsuke, and other small communities establish a new and clear protocol process to understand their powers and responsibilities in case of emergency for the enforcement under the Mental Health Act? The community members and leaders should know exactly what to do and to who to call for help in the case of emergency to enforce the Mental Health Act. Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Tunde Welde, Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Speaker, it's my understanding that there is a nurse on call, and so I would suggest that the first call be to the health centre. 911 is available throughout the N.W.T. It's an emergency service that can provide links to other emergency services. I think the RCMP are 24/7 as well, so I think if I understand the member correctly, the services that he's referencing are available 24/7, and I would suggest that that members call their local service providers, before trying 911. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions, member for River South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, can the Minister of MACA confirm when we can expect to see SOAs for accommodations in Hay River? Thank you.
Thank you, member for River South. Minister responsible for MACA.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the RFP for apartments, hotels, and B&Bs was just done on Monday. We're working with procurement, and we're trying to work as fast as we can to get that standard offer out there for accommodations. As soon as we get it, we will make sure the members are aware of it, as well as the contractors who have submitted to the bid. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions, member for River South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, earlier in the week, the Minister said we'd be seeing the standard list of values of items that'll be available for those that had damage. Can the Minister confirm when that standard list will be available? Thank you.
Thank you, member for River South. Minister responsible for MACA.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I said earlier, that we were working on this. It is just getting finalized with the Deputy Minister, who will be sending it to our office. And once that is done, within probably 24 hours, we'll have that information out to the Pathfinders, the MLAs that are affected, which is, Decho, Hay River North, Hay River South. So we will make sure that they have that information to them, as well as the Pathfinders, as well as the insurance companies that we have reached out to us. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Haver South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I requested a flow chart outlining the DAP process from the Minister. Can the Minister confirm if that flow chart is being worked on and when it might be available? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Haver South. Minister responsible for MACA.
Mr. Speaker, it's actually convenient that the member asked this question. We're just actually sending him a response to his email to us. So we are just finalizing it. We're working on that flow chart. We are going to have it up next week, early next week on there, but we will also make sure, like I said, we'll make sure the members from HO, Hay River North, Hay River South, as well as the insurance companies have that information, as well as the town and Kadich First Nations administration staff. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary. Member for Haver South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the idea of that flow chart came from one of my constituents as well. It wasn't my idea. So, Mr. Speaker, I would ask the Minister if he'd have time to visit Hay River with his staff to answer some of the questions that residents may have with respect to DAP process and accommodations and mitigation. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Haver South. Minister responsible for MACA.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm more than willing to work with the member on this, as well as a member from the date show. Right now, our schedule is getting really busy, but this is an important thing, and I'm hoping that I can do it middle of next week, starting Wednesday. I think that's where my schedule allows me to get in there. So, yeah, I will make that commitment to work with the member to get in there. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. My questions are for the Minister of Environment and Natural Resources. The Tlicho government asked for a regional study covering the Slave Geological Province almost exactly a year ago. The June 7th, 2021 letter from the Tlicho government stated, quote, "We need an independent assessment of options, impacts, and benefits before permanent infrastructure is built, and there's only one chance to get it right." So the regional study seems to have been put on hold during the recent federal election. Can the Minister give us an update on the status of the proposed regional study? Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Minister responsible for ENR.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to probably just, it's not going to be a perfect answer. So basically, and as in-depth as the member may want. So right now, working on a potential regional strategy assessment in the Slave Geological Province is being led by the Crown Indigenous Relations and Northern Affairs Canada. Regional studies are a federal responsibility under the MVRMA. CERNAC and the Mackenzie Valley Environmental Impact Review Board are planning to hold a workshop later this month with Indigenous governments, resource management boards on the regional strategic environmental assessments. N.W.T will be attending this workshop, and details of which are still being developed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. I want to thank the Minister for that. Of course, perfect is the enemy of good. But I understand that the final decision, of course, is going to be made by a federal minister, but clearly there's a lot at stake for us. And I know that the federal minister has consulted with our government. I just want to know what our government is saying back. So can the minister tell us whether N.W.T intends to engage Indigenous governments, the public, and even regular MLAs with regard to our position on this proposed regional study? Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Minister responsible for ENR.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sometimes people say perfect is the enemy of good. Well, if we do good, then we get criticized for not being perfect. So we need to do the job right. So I just want to make that very clear. The federal government has agreed to hold preliminary discussions with Indigenous governments, the N.W.T, the government of Nunavut, and boards. The GNWT will actively participate in this engagement. The GNWT has not developed a position on a regional assessment. I read the stress, we have not come up with a position. The GNWT will first be participating in engagements led by the federal government. Following this, when more information is known, MLAs will be consulted on a potential GNWT position. I need to really stress, we will reach out to all our MLAs, whether it's on cabinet or AOC, to come up with a position. As I committed last year, I will share additional information with MLAs when it becomes available. So we'll make that commitment. Did it last year, I'll make the commitment again here. We will make that commitment to make sure we share that information. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Frame Lake.
Monsieur le President, I want to thank the Minister for that. I don't know how you actively participate in something if you don't have a position, but I'm going to leave that to the Minister. You know, the most important resource in this area of the proposed regional study is the Bathurst Caribou herd, which doesn't pay any attention to boundaries. So can the Minister explain whether our government has taken a position on the geographic scope of this proposed regional study and the need for a transboundary approach? Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Frame Lake, Minister responsible for ENR.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as a government, as a minister, I make a decision based on information provided to me. I should not make a decision based on what could be or can't be. So, Mr. Speaker, the GNWT, again, has not developed a position on a regional assessment. The GNWT will not take a formal position until there is more information and engagement has occurred with Indigenous governments, N.W.T, regulatory bodies, as well as MLAs. Any GNWT position will take into account the views of all parties and stakeholders, as well as the GNWT legal obligations, mandated items, and priorities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary. Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. I want to thank the Minister for that, but clearly our government should be in a position now to stand on its hind legs and actually say something about the importance of caribou, the importance of this region for our communities, but I guess we have to wait and be told this. So I'm giving my feedback to the Minister now. It's become best practice within environmental assessment to ensure that there's participant funding for Indigenous governments and the public, to provide for a level playing field during these kinds of things. So can the Minister tell us what the position of this government is with regard to the funding of a regional study and more particularly participant funding? Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake, Minister responsible for ENR.
Well, Mr. Speaker, first of all, caribou are very important, and I don't need anybody to tell me that. I live it. My family lives it. Indigenous governments live it. I've been talking with Indigenous leadership. We are going to Nunavut this month to talk about caribou. So I thank the member for that, but caribou are very important. To answer his question, the GNWT expects that any regional assessments would include opportunity for meaningful Indigenous and public participation. The GNWT support federal participation funding for a regional strategic environmental assessment if one is held. The funding for the RSEA includes participation funding would be a federal responsibility, and we will make sure that we tell the federal government to make sure we put that funding forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Colleagues, our time for oral questions has expired. Written questions. Written questions. Returns to written questions. Returns to written questions. Replies to Commissioner's address. Replies to Commissioner's address. Petitions. Petitions. Reports of committees on the review of bills. Reports of committees on the review of bills. Reports of standing and special committees. Reports of standing and special committees. Tabling of documents. Tabling of documents. Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to table the following document, Emerging Stronger, Planning the Northwest Territories Social and Economic Recovery Together, June 2022 update. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Premier. Tabling of documents. Tabling of documents. Minister responsible for Environment and Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to table the following 3 documents. Environmental Rights Act Annual Report 2021 to 2022, Policy 53.05, Environment and Natural Resource Statement of Environmental Values, and what we've heard, Statement of Environmental Values, March 2022. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Tabling of documents. Tabling of documents. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to table the following document. Follow-up letter for oral question 1041-19 brackets 2, student access to support services. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Tabling of documents. Tabling of documents. Notices of motion. Notices of motion. Motions. Motions. Member for Kamloops.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, whereas Section 16, brackets 2 of the Human Rights Act provide that the Northwest Territories Human Rights Commission is composed of such members between 3 and 5 in number as may be appointed by the Commissioner of on the recommendation of the Legislative Assembly, and whereas the Human Rights Commission currently only has 3 members, now therefore I move, seconded by the Honourable Member for Nunavut Lake, that the Legislative Assembly recommend the reappointment of the following individual to the Northwest Territories Human Rights Commission. Ms. Gail Sear of the City of Yellowknife for a term of 4 years. And further, that the Speaker be authorized to communicate the effective date of this appointment to the Commissioner. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Kamloops. Motion is in order to the motion. Question has been called. Members pursuant to Rule 10.3 brackets 1, a recorded vote is required. The clerk shall call on each member by riding name to cast their vote, starting with the mover. Those participating remotely and those participating in the chamber in order of their seats. When the clerk calls on you, please state whether you are for, against, or abstaining. Mr. Clerk.
The member for Cam Lake.
4.
The member for Tune-a-Da-Wellowday.
4.
The member for Tune-a-Da-Wellowday.
4.
Indicated that he is in favor of the motion. The member for Frame Lake.
4.
The member for Yellowknife North.
4.
The member for Montfouille.
In favor.
The member for Nahende.
In favor.
The member for Yellowknife South.
In favor?
The member for Satu.
Favor.
The member for Satu.
In favor.
The member for Range Lake.
In favor?
The member for Inuvik Lake.
In favor?
The member for Yellowknife Centre.
In favor?
The member for Hay River North.
In favor.
The member for Inuvik Twin Lakes.
4.
The member for Decho.
4.
The member for Thabacha.
4.
The results of the recorded vote, 15 in favor, 0 opposed, 0 abstentions. The motion is carried. Motions. Motions. Member for Mumfway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to say thank you for giving me the opportunity to introduce the motion to support the transfer of housing units to long-term residents. Mr. Speaker, in N.W.T, we are in a housing crisis. As you know, the N.W.T, housing N.W.T provides majority of housing. They are the only landlords in most communities. Mr. Speaker.
Member for Mumfway, sorry, you got to read your motion first.
Oh, I was told that I should speak to it first.
Nope. Okay, please read your motion.
Okay, next time I'll listen to Tim. Sorry about that. Okay. Well, I'm not going to say it, but thank you. Okay, now we're okay. We're good to go? Okay. Okay. Well, got to be serious now. Okay, housing, N.W.T transfer to long-term tenants. Mr. Speaker, whereas the priorities of the 19th Legislative Assembly directs Cabinet to increase the number of affordable homes and reduce core housing needs. And whereas that in the 2019 mandate of the Government of the Northwest Territories further directs housing N.W.T to transition 100 individuals and/or families to home ownership. And whereas housing N.W.T provides housing throughout the territory and is the primary provider of housing in the small communities. And whereas pathways to home ownership remains difficult due to barriers and challenges, including income threshold for many residents in the smaller communities. And whereas many residents have been long-term tenants in housing N.W.T units, have raised their families in these units, and developed strong connections to these units as their family homes. And whereas housing N.W.T has many unused and vacant housing units, some of which are in need of repair throughout the territory. And whereas declining Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation funding will continue to pressure the Government of the Northwest Territories in terms of being able to maintain and repair the current stock of housing units. Now, therefore, I move, seconded by the Honourable Member for Inuvik Twin Lakes, that this Legislative Assembly calls upon housing N.W.T to increase efforts to transfer ownership of housing N.W.T units to long-term tenants who have lived in their existing units for 20 years or more and are willing to assume ownership of their family home for a nominal fee. And further, that housing N.W.T will work with municipal and Indigenous governments to ensure land leases or fee simple title for their units remains affordable when transferred from housing N.W.T to the current tenants. And therefore, furthermore, that housing N.W.T increase efforts to transfer unused and vacant units to interested residents in the communities throughout the territory. And furthermore, that efforts supporting the transfer of unused and vacant units as well as units of long-term tenants commence immediately by Housing N.W.T. And furthermore, that the government of the Northwest Territories provide a comprehensive response to this motion within 120 days. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Mumfui. Motion is in order to the motion. Member for Great Slave.
No, Jane has to go first. Yeah.
You're supposed to go to the mover. Member for Mumfui.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, thank you for giving me the opportunity to introduce a motion to support the transfer of housing units to long-term residents. And you are aware, and we are all aware, that in N.W.T. we are in housing crisis. This will definitely help improve the lives of many of our small community members. Mr. Speaker, you know that in small community, Housing N.W.T. provides the majority of housing available to people living in small and remote communities. And like I said, like we said in the motion, that many of these people have been living in these units, in the same public units for more than 20 years. And a lot of them, they raise their children in these units. And many of these families wanted to be homeowners, but due to the variety of barriers that is in place, they are unable to maintain those units, or they are not qualified for the programs to be homeowners. And many of these families, they have strong attachment to their homes and location where the house is at. And they are willing to assume, they are ready and willing to assume the responsibility, all the responsibility of a home ownership, including the repairs and maintenance. I know that many of these people who have lived in those units for many, many, many years love their house. And I know that they will take pride in owning a home. And this will help a lot of people, Mr. Speaker. This will help with the housing programs. We know that there is no housing market in small communities, and this will definitely help many of the small community members. Mr. Speaker, a couple of times I heard the minister responsible for housing, N.W.T, say, quote, "I do not want to set up people to fail," end quote. Mr. Speaker, I want to say Indigenous people have been here since time immemorial. We survived, and we are still here. I am not sure how she is going to set up the people to fail, especially people in small communities. I can tell you that Indigenous people are resilient. Mr. Speaker, at this time, at this moment, I know that what I'm going to say is that N.W.T. housing, or housing N.W.T, failed the people in many of the small communities when they first introduced a mortgage program, independent housing program. Some of them are over 20 years old. When they introduced these programs in the community, they were aware there was lack of employment in small communities, in many of the small communities, and people did not understand the agreement that they were signing without an appropriate interpreters. But this is another matter too, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to say that I have a beautiful message, a picture in my office with a message that says, "Having a place to go is home. Having someone to love is a family, and having both of these is a blessing. And we have to remember, who are we advocating for?" When I see that message, that is a reminder for me that I am advocating for a lot of people in Northwest Territories, not just my riding, but for the people in the Northwest Territories. So with this in mind, this is the reason why I brought this motion forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Mumfwee. Motion is in order to the motion. Member for Great Slave.
Do you go for second? Oh, okay. You're the seconder.
Mr. Speaker, I too support this motion. You know, when it is a priority of our Assembly. I know the Minister has stated that they're going to put 100 homes on the ground, you know, and I think there was some in our mandate, there's, you know, transferring of homes to our residents within that stock. At this time, I guess, you know, where we are in that, I don't know. That's something I guess that we'll get back from the Minister. Mr. Speaker, I also know in my community, when Inuvik was built, it was built in half. You had half of the community that was built for the federal employees that had all running water, and then you had my riding, the other half, which we had 512s and pump out and no running water. My constituency is the largest amount that the residents in my constituency are where Inuvik Housing Authority has the greatest amount of housing units. Growing up in that community, I too, like my colleague, know of many families who have raised their children, their grandchildren, you know, and now some of them even have great-grandchildren raised in those same housing units. They have paid for these houses in threefold, you know. So, you know, when the member decided to bring this motion forward, you know, to make sure that this is hurried up in this government, one of the things that really struck me was how many of our residents have already paid for these homes. You know, we talk about how we only can, in the Northwest Territories, Housing Corporation can only have so many units that we can operate. So where are we and how are we doing this, that we are asking our residents, do they want to own this home? Do they want to take this home over? You know, I've never heard that going on in my community. I've heard of people, you know, raising their families, then their children grow up, and then like some of the other colleagues then they're moved into a smaller unit where the multi-generational way of life for most Aboriginal people, we can't bring our kids back home. We don't have room to bring our grandchildren into our home now. So this is a way of, when we talk about multi-generational homes, some of these bigger units in my community were built in the 60s, in the 70s, you know, so, and I know housing has kept upkeep in a lot of these units. And that's the other thing too, is when we're transferring these homes, we need to make sure that they're taken care of and they're transferred in a condition that the homeowner is not having to pay for many upgrades or needs before doing this. But as I said, I really support this motion. I know even our Premier has said when she bought her first home, the pride that she felt of owning that home, even though it wasn't the biggest home, it was her home. So, you know, this goes a long way for people to have that sense of worth, and this is that sense of pride that this is my home. You know, we've also heard of many of our Aboriginal leaders talk about how in the past the federal government promised people to come off the land and we'll give you a house. Well, we gave you housing, and then we kick you out when your family gets smaller or you get too old and you move them around, like my member from Mumfwee has stated, this is their home and then they're moved somewhere else, you know, and so that sense, you know, that loss of the home. So especially in the small communities when there's not a lot of housing to go around. So I just want to give my support, and that's why I second this motion, so that we can hurry up with our plan to do this work and that we get it done in the life of this government. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Twin Lakes. Motion is in order to the motion. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you. You're sure it's my turn now, right? I don't think that I can speak as eloquently as my colleagues have about this, considering the impacts that they see in their home communities and constituencies. However, I want to echo what my colleague for Twin Lakes said, was that one of the things that I'm the most proud of is that when I was able to purchase my home. For me, my home is my safe place, it's my sanctuary, it's the one place where I can go and be vulnerable and feel at ease 100%. So for me, it was important that I stand up and support this initiative, especially as I learn more through my work on the Standing Committee for Social Development about the housing issues in the North and the restrictions around getting people into homes and home ownership. It's much more complex than I ever realized prior to taking this job. The fact of there's no housing market, there's not tax-based communities, all of that leads to complexity. One thing that I keep getting struck by is that if we are going to move people out of homes like this, for example, when they don't pay a mortgage they've had for 20 years, we are only now then responsible for finding them housing elsewhere as they become homeless. So as an engineer, I like things to be efficient. So to me, just transferring this ownership over to the people that have been living there will reduce a large administrative burden and free up resources within the housing department and the housing authorities in order to focus on other areas. So to me, that is just logical that we then transfer these homes to the people that have been living in them. And not only that, as having been a renter and a homeowner, I definitely care a lot more about what I do in my own home than I did as a renter. So once we do move people away from the idea that this is not their home and they're just being, given something or they're temporarily occupying space at the N.W.T's will, they will then take a greater pride in that ownership of that home. And that home will be better maintained. They will feel like they're creating a legacy that they can pass on to their children. And as well, I've been really struck by dealing with a particular woman who is homeless right now. She cannot bring her grandchildren to her community and host them in her house. And so she feels she's seeing a disconnect now of the grandchildren from her culture because she's not able to bring them in and teach them her lessons, and it is really very much impacting her sobriety as well. So I'm long-winded, more than I thought I would be, but I just wanted to say I very strongly support my colleague, and I thank all of them for informing me on this issue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Great Slave. Motion is in order to the motion. Member for Detroit.
Merci, Mr. Speaker. I support this motion. Housing N.W.T needs to find an equitable solution and engagement with the people who have been in a housing unit all their lives. Many, if not all, of these people have grown up in the units, either with their mom and dad, brothers and sisters, or other family members. It becomes very hard for these people to give up such units as they have become emotionally attached. We need to be mindful of the past promises of the N.W.T Housing Corporation to the people. And they've told them that all they need to do in the past was to pay $5 a month for 1 year, then the houses would be turned over to them for ownership. Many elders have stated this over and over and over again. Mr. Speaker, it is time to honor these promises. Merci.
Thank you, member for Detroit. Motion is in order to the motion. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to rise in support of this this motion, and I think the motion arises in cases, especially the long-term ones. But I believe actually that Cabinet is in support of this motion, and I would encourage them to review whether they could actually vote in favor. I believe the Housing Authority has a number of policies which allow people to transfer units. I think there has just been a lot of frustration with members in not seeing this mandate commitment filled quick enough. And a lot of the eligibility criteria for the multi-year forgivable loans are sometimes not being met. And there's people who feel that the housing N.W.T. Housing, I will work on getting the right name, are being a little too bureaucratic in how this process works. But ultimately, I believe that it should be a shared priority of this government to encourage home ownership, and anyone who lives in a public housing tenant unit and it's clear that they want their unit, let's work with them. I think we could probably be a little bit more expansive in the current policies and make sure that they are working for the reality on the ground in many of our communities. So I just thank members for bringing this forward, and I think we got to push our cabinet colleagues to move this along a little quicker. Thank you.
Thank you, member for Yellowknife North. Motion is in order to the motion. Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. I want to thank the mover and the seconder of this motion for the work that they've put into it. Mr. Speaker, I've had the opportunity or privilege to visit many of the smaller communities here in the Northwest Territories in this job, previous jobs I've had. And, I've spoken to many people about the pride that they have in owning their own homes. And people have seen that the HAP units that are still there in many of those communities. Unfortunately, we don't do that program anymore. I think it was a great program and something we should probably bring back. But the pride that people have when they own their own homes will make a huge difference. And I think that's what this motion is really aimed at, trying to find some new and innovative approaches to encouraging home ownership. So again, I want to thank the mover particularly for pushing this, and I know that the Standing Committee on Social Development is looking at this issue as well. And I sense that housing is a much higher priority in this Assembly than the last one. We just want to get our cabinet colleagues fully on board so that when they go to Ottawa, the first thing that they start to talk about is housing. So, but this is some work that we can do ourselves to help people in many of our small communities. I strongly support the motion and encourage all MLAs to do the same. Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Frame Lake. Motion is in order to the motion. Member for Thabacha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I too will be supporting this motion. The compassion that was shown in this room by the presenter and the seconder is felt by all of us, I'm sure. I just want to make sure that there's no barriers with the ownership. Things are done with oversight. Things are done on a neutral basis. And, because many times when we say we're going to do something great and wonderful, we don't want no thresholds, for sure. And, we have to really think about how important this is and how important it is for the people that are going to receive these homes, and then how happy they're going to be. And I agree with the MLA, which I don't agree with very often, that the HAP houses were, the HAP housing program was an incredible program. I grew up under that program, and many of us did. And it gave a lot of pride to people who had to build their own houses, and with that, I want to say, I want to thank the MLA from Malfi for expressing such, you could tell that it's from the heart. And when you do something from the heart, nothing else matters. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For Thabacha, motion is in order to the motion. Member for Haver South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank the mover and seconder of the motion as well. Housing is very important to everybody in the territories, and home ownership is just that much more important. This government, though, has to stop perpetuating the myth that Indigenous people cannot manage home ownership. It is a common theme, though, beyond home ownership, and it has to stop, and it has to stop here. And in saying that, I support the motion fully. Thank you.
Thank you, member for Haver South. Motion is in order to the motion. Member for Tunadewelde.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I too support this motion. It's been a while since 1991 when the HAP program was cancelled by CMHC to the N.W.T. And since then, though, the housing programs in the community has changed over the years, and the policies that was created along the way was written probably by Southern people that was designed for. But here in the north, in these communities, employment is a big factor, and that's why this program didn't really work. So I think it's something that if we were going to come up with kind of design now for housing, it has to be community-based, community-driven, and policies created working with Indigenous governments in the future. So I would like to thank the mover and seconder to this motion, and I do support this motion. Merci.
Thank you, Member for Tunanday-Wilday. Motion is in order to the motion. Member for Minister responsible for Housing and N.W.T.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the time and effort that it has taken to bring this motion forward. I'm actually quite excited, and I look forward to the response. And I appreciate the time to enforce and try to look at changes that we can do within this government. Merci. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Motion is in order to the motion. I will allow the mover to do closing remarks.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for all the support to my colleagues here and to the ministers and to the Speaker. I know that there's a lot of people that wants to be a homeowner, and a lot of them, they love their houses. And some of them, because there are some people that I know who lived in a unit for over 20 years, and when the aging parents pass on, they become homeless. And this will really avoid homelessness, homelessness in communities. And it's really going to be, it's going to help improve the lives of many community members that are living in the regions. And hopefully this will have the people staying in the community because of the lack of housing, people move to larger center. So I want to say thank you to my colleague, to everybody, to the members of the Legislative Assembly for supporting this for supporting this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Mumfui. Motion is in order to the motion. Question has been called. Colleagues, pursuant to Rule 10.3 brackets 1, a recorded vote is required. The clerk shall call on each member by writing name to cast their vote, starting with the mover, those participating remotely, and those participating in the chamber in the order of their seats. When the clerk calls on you, please state whether you are for, against, or abstaining.
The member for Mumfui.
In favor.
The member for Tunanday-Wilday.
In favor.
The member has indicated he is in favor of the motion. The member for Great Slave.
For.
The member for Nahende.
Abstain.
The member for Yellowknife South.
Abstain.
The member for Satu.
Abstain.
The member for Range Lake.
Abstain.
The member for Inuvik Boot Lake.
Abstain.
The member for Yellowknife Center.
Abstain.
The member for Hay River North.
Abstain.
The member for Inuvik Twin Lakes.
For.
The member for Decho.
For.
The member for Hay River South.
In favor.
The member for Tabacha.
In favor.
The member for Cam Lake.
For.
The member for Frame Lake.
For.
The member for Yellowknife North.
In favor.
The results of the recorded vote, 10 in favor, 0 opposed, 7 abstentions. The motion is carried. Motions. Notice is a motion for the first reading of bills. Notice is a motion for the first reading of bills. First reading of bills. First reading of bills. Second reading of bills. Second reading of bills. Consideration in Committee of the Whole of Bills and Other Matters, Bill 23, 29, and 40, Committee Report 30-19 brackets 2, Committee Report 31-19 brackets 2, Table Document 567-19 brackets 2, and Table Document 658-19 brackets 2 with member for N.W.T. Lake signature.
I now call Committee of the Whole to order. What is the wish of committee? Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. The committee wishes to consider table document 658-19 brackets 2, table document 657-19 brackets 2, and Bill 40. Merci.
Thank you. Committee will take a short recess and resume with the first item. committee. We've agreed to consider table document 658-19-2 supplementary estimates, operation expenditures number 1, 2022-2023, to finish it up. And I'll ask the minister if she has witnesses.
I do, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Sergeant at Arms, please escort the witnesses to the chamber and take your welcome. I'll just get you to Minister, can you introduce your witnesses, please?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, on my left is the Deputy Minister of Finance, Bill McKay, and on my right is Terence Coutre, Deputy Secretary to the Financial Management Board.
Welcome. So we will continue on with on page 15 of the operations expenditure table document, municipal and community affairs, public safety, not previously authorized, $14,762,000. Does committee agree? Agree? Thank you. Municipal and Community Affairs, School of Community Governance, not previously authorized, negative $90,000. Does committee agree? Thank you. Municipal and Community Affairs, Sports, Recreation and Youth, not previously authorized, negative $10,000. Does committee agree? Thank you. Thank you, committee. Municipal and Community Affairs, total department, operation expenditures not previously authorized, $14,650,000. Does the committee agree? Thank you. Committee, do you agree that you have concluded consideration of table document 658-19-2 supplementary estimates operation expenditures number 1, 2022-2023? Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. I move that consideration of table document 657-19(2), supplementary estimates, operations expenditures, number 1, 2022-2023, be now concluded, and that table document 658-19(2) be reported and recommended as ready for further consideration in formal session through the form of an appropriation bill. Thank you, Madam Chair.
The motion is in order. To the motion? Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? All those abstaining? Oh, we have to do it in... We don't have to do recording. No. Motion is carried. Thank you, committee. We've concluded consideration of table document 658-19-2, supplementary estimates, operations expenditures number 1, 2022-2023. Committee, we've agreed to consider table document 657-19-2, supplementary estimates, infrastructure expenditures number 1, 2022-2023. Does the Minister of Finance have any opening remarks?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I'm here to present supplementary estimates, infrastructure expenditures number 1, 2022-2023. This supplementary estimates document proposes a total increase of $83.6 million, comprised of the following items: $64.7 million for infrastructure expenditures funding for projects that were not completed in 2021-2022. This amount is fully offset by lapses in appropriations in 2021-2022. $9.9 million to support priority health information systems. This amount is fully offset by revenues received from the federal government and other funding partners. $5.3 million to support the Red Knife River Bridge Replacement Project. $2.3 million to support increased costs related to the Hay River Fish Processing Plant. And $1.3 million to support the acquisition and setup of a new Child and Family Services program space in Fort Smith and Fort Providence. This funding is offset by a reduction in operations expenditures. That concludes my opening remarks, Madam Chair. I would be happy to answer any questions members may have.
Thank you, Minister. I'll now open the floor to general comments. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I heard the Minister of Finance say that quite a bit of the carryover was offset by the total amount lapsed. Can I just get how much money this SUP is lapsing? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, it should be $64,740,000, I believe, Madam Chair. Let me just confirm that, or actually, I'll ask the Deputy Minister. He has the page open in front of him.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The lapsed appropriations for 21-22 are $11,107,000.
Thank you. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess I have a different number of what the total lapsed is, and so perhaps I can just get someone to help me understand why you can come to different numbers of what the lapse funding is, and perhaps a bit of an explanation of carryover funding. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have the right page out now, but let me, if I may, I'll ask Mr. Coutre to answer it, since he has that page.
Thank you, Mr. Coutre.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the total amount of lapsed funding is broken down into two components. Under the tangible capital asset category, there's approximately $115 million, which is being lapsed. And then under infrastructure contributions and deferred maintenance, the previous number quoted by the deputy of $11,107,000. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Yellowknife North.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just going to say $125 million, about $125 million in lapsed funding, which my understanding carryovers mean, it's something got delayed and we just have to put it into another fiscal year, future fiscal year, but we're still planning to spend it. Whereas a lapse means it's no longer approved by the cabinet or the legislature, and so may never come back or would have to re-go through the process. One of the problems I have is that when you look at what's actually tabled, it's not really clear and you're not really able to figure out when something's lapsing, because if it's lapsing, you're not re-asking the legislature, it just kind of disappears. So it's not clear by the table documents to figure out what exactly is lapsing. So I was hoping the minister could give us a bit of a rundown of what makes up that $125 million that we are no longer spending on capital. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So if I'm understanding correctly, just the idea of trying to show the lapsing rather than showing only the carryovers in a different manner, or I'm not entirely sure, Madam Chair, I apologize as to how to solve this problem for the member.
For Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess I'm just hoping the minister can tell me what is lapsing. I note as we go through department by department, lapsed money doesn't really show up, so I can't ask what's lapsing there individually. It kind of just disappears. If we could have a breakdown of what's lapsing, thank you.
Thank you. Minister of Finance.
We can provide that.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, may I direct that to Mr. Coutre, please?
Thank you. Mr. Coutre.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So in the briefing material provided to members, there is a series of tables, which is broken out by project and by department. And in those tables, members will see a difference between the free balance that's left over in a project and the amount that is being recommended for carryover. The difference between those two columns would be the amount lapsed by project. Thank you, ma'am.
Member for Yellowknife North.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. This is one of my continued frustrations with how we do this, is all of the briefing materials we are provided are not public, so I actually am not allowed to refer to them or speak to them. Would we be able to make that table, which shows the difference of carryover versus cash flow, public? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, let me take that one away. I will say we have changed the way we report on materials and information over the last few years, and I will go and have some conversations about what is here, what reasons there may be for and against, and get back to the House with that information.
Thank you. Member for Yellowknife North.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I struggle how to even ask questions when this happens. So the table that we're not supposed to refer to but was referred to previously shows the department, shows what they were previously got, shows the free balance, and then you can tell what's lapsed. But by department, it doesn't tell you any projects. It just tells you the department. So you have no idea, and there's no ability to know the project that is actually being lapsed. I guess, would it be possible to get a public list of what actual projects are not being completed by the N.W.T anymore? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, that information certainly is available, and I expect, I would think that we should be able to find a way to put that information forward, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Yellowknife North.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. And I guess one of the prime examples is that in the publicly tabled documents, there's nothing for the municipal and community affairs, but I believe that the entirety of the community infrastructure budget for municipal and community affairs is being lapsed. And I really don't believe we didn't give them their money. So if someone could illustrate any of what's going on with MACA as lapsing. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of Finance.
I'll direct that to the Deputy Secretary, please.
Mr. Coutre.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In terms of the infrastructure funding for MACA, they're budgeted for, I believe, $29 million to allocate that out to all the communities. And that allocation has been completed, and there's no funding being lapsed. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to ask no further questions because I feel I'm unable to ask any questions without specifically looking at a confidential document. And I have said this many times in how we do our budgeting, that often we pass budgets where we can't say what we want, where we have no idea that there's no public figure provided for the cost of projects. So I also note that the clock wasn't started when I initially spoke, so I think I've well used up my time. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair, and I might have blown the whistle on my colleague beside me, but in terms of the time, but yeah, I want to pick up where he's left off. I find it really difficult that we're trying to do a reconciliation of 2021 capital budget publicly when we've got confidential information. That's what we're trying to do here, and it's not working very well. So I think I heard somebody say that there's a free balance of about $222 million, if I got it right, or $200 million. Basically, the money that wasn't spent on the capital budget from 2021, if I got it right. So what percentage of the capital budget wasn't spent? Is it like roughly 40%, 50%, 60%? Roughly what amount of the budget wasn't spent? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, we do have the percentage here. I am, so for 22, I mean, we don't have 22, 23 yet. In 21, 22 at this point, Madam Chair, we're looking at about 49%, just over 49.6.
Member for Frame Lake.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. That's a problem. We can't spend 50% of the capital budget that's approved by the Assembly. Look, that's why I voted against the last capital budget, because I didn't believe we could actually get the money out the door. And I've been proven right. So, and you know, I don't blame anybody in this room, but I've asked now for tracking of those reasons for at least 5 or 6 years. Is the department actually tracking these reasons any better? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, they are tracking over the course of several years. In fact, I think I've looked at the data for approximately 10 years as to the percentage, and the percentage does vary, but the approximate amount that we're spending year over year doesn't change that much, aside perhaps from a couple of years of COVID where things were a little bit tighter than usual and more difficult to go out and spend. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Without breaching confidentiality, I want to compliment the Minister and her staff for their improved tracking of the reason why money's not getting out the door. Unfortunately, I can't speak to it. I can't share it with the public, but I think it's improved, and that's a good thing. So I want to compliment them for doing that, but I want to find a way to share that information publicly, because I want to give them more compliments, but I can't. So in any event, we're not doing a good job at reconciling the capital spending and how it figures into supplementary appropriations on the capital side, and that's a real problem. So of the money that is, some of it's being carried over, $64 million, I guess is what this SUP is for. So the remaining amount, 126, if I got it right, it's being lapsed. What happens to it? Does it just go back into the Consolidated Revenue Fund? Are any of those projects going to come back in another SUP or in the capital estimates for 23, 24? What happens to that money? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, I mean, there's different, and Madam Chair, let me just address the confidentiality issue quickly, if I might. I don't have a clock in front of me, but I'll try to be succinct. Look, I do think we can do a different way of presenting this information. This wasn't raised to me in advance, and that's fine. But I do think there's ways of doing it. There's concerns around the long-term plan and concerns around sharing the budgets on the long term. Some of these projects are multi-year projects, so sharing what's lapsing inevitably winds up sharing what some of the budgets are. So that said, I do think there's ways we can get this information out. So we'll take that away. Now, as for what happens to the funds in 1 year, again, may depend on the nature of a project. The long-term project may already have funds approved going forward, and the project can then continue. If it's not continuing, then yes, the money would just lapse back into being in the general coffers of the government. Thanks, Madam, or the Consolidated Revenue Fund. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Frame Lake.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. So I guess I want to start to draw some conclusions here to this, because I think it means at least a couple of things to me. Number one, we need to review the fiscal responsibility policy about how much and when we can spend money on capital and where it comes from and so on. And when we can't spend 50% of a capital budget, the fiscal responsibility policy itself, I think, needs to be reviewed. And I think we may have a commitment from the minister to do that, but maybe I'll stop there and I'll ask the minister whether that's something that's going to happen. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, Madam Chair, there already is a commitment out there to review the fiscal responsibility policy. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Okay, thanks, Madam Chair, and thanks to the minister for that. The second conclusion I draw from this is that we're spending or attempting to spend or budgeting too much on capital. And what that means is that we have less money for programs and services because it's all too much, in my opinion, is going into capital, and then it gets carried over and over and over a series of years. In some cases, maybe never gets spent. But what it does is eats up some of the money in the operating surplus, which means that we are spending less than we could, and perhaps even should, on programs and services, particularly housing, healthcare, education, people's basic human needs. That's what's resulting here, Madam Chair, in my view. I'd like to hear what the minister has to say. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, so I would say that the member is correct in the so far as by having a large capital plan, we wind up that we are not going to be able to completely spend, if you will. And it may be difficult to know in advance which project is or is not going to go ahead. So there's inevitably going to be some amount that does not get spent, and that's never going to be a perfect projection. But by having the large capital plan, we're not necessarily impacting immediately or taking away from operations. The operations budget is still existing and being developed on its own based on those needs, department by department. However, by having a capital plan that is too large in the sense that we know we will not achieve all of it, we are creating a situation where, I don't know if you can recall, seeing the borrowing limit and seeing the narrowing gap in between them. If the capital budget wasn't as large, well, then we wouldn't be running up as close to that projected line of hitting the borrowing limit because we would have more room. There would not be the need to project the higher level of debt because we simply wouldn't have to take on the higher level of debt because we wouldn't have as much on the capital plan. So it does impact our overall fiscal situation and their overall fiscal picture by suggesting that we're running up against the borrowing limit when in fact if we're not going to need to borrow because we're not going to need to spend all that money in the capital plan, well then our fiscal situation doesn't run up against the borrowing limit quite so quickly. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Yeah, I want to thank the minister for reminding me of a third point. She just made it for me, that with our overspending, or at least over budgeting, I'll put it that way, on a capital side, that we are having to increase the debt limit several times, even during my lowly 6 years here. But once again, the conclusions I draw from this are, number one, that we are getting closer to that debt limit because of overspending on capital. Number two, we have to review the fiscal responsibility policy. And number three, we're taking money away from basic human needs like education, healthcare, and housing by spending too much on, or budgeting too much on capital projects that we can't get the money out the door. So that's the conclusions I draw, and that's what, Madam Chair, where I'm going to vote against the supplementary appropriation, because although there is some money lapsed and it's not going to come back, it still perpetuates the overspending on capital by this government and does not meet people's basic human needs, and that's why I'll vote against this. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Are there any further general comments before we get into the detailed? Member for Tabacca.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will be voting for this appropriation because the lack of infrastructure in communities and regional centers compared to the capital, for example, is lacking. And this appropriation addresses some of those needs that are needed in the communities and regional centers as well as the capital. And I don't believe that when you build on capital projects within the territories that were taken away from education and basic human needs. On the contrary, okay? I think that each and every one of us in our capacity as leaders cannot draw that conclusion. And I don't agree with my colleague with some of those comments. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, member. Are there any further general comments? Seeing no further general comments, we will review the supplementary estimates by department and activity. Does committee agree to proceed to the detailed in the table document? Committee, we will begin on page 6. Department of Education, Culture and Employment, Operation Expenditures, Junior Kindergarten to Grade 12 School Services, not previously authorized, $4,893,000. Does committee agree? Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can I just confirm that Sissons is still on track and ready to be open for the next school season? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of Finance.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Any further questions? Member for Yellowknife North, any further questions? No? Okay. Department of Education, Culture and Employment, Operation Expenditures, Junior Kindergarten to Grade 12 School Services, not previously authorized, $4,893,000. Does committee agree? Thank you. Department of Education, Culture and Employment, Operation Expenditures, total department not previously authorized, $4,893,000. Does committee agree? Committee, now please turn to page 7 of the table document. Department of Infrastructure, Operation Expenditures, Asset Management, not previously authorized, $552,000. Does committee agree? Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In my never-ending attempt to understand accounting language, this $552,000 has an offsetting amount which was lapsed in the previous fiscal. Does that therefore make this a carryover, but just essentially a carryover that hasn't cost us any money because we lapsed it last fiscal? Am I at all on the right page? Thank you.
Thank you, Member. Minister of Finance.
Madam Chair, I take that to the Deputy Secretary, please.
Thank you. Mr. Coutre.
Thanks, Madam Chair. This line item refers to deferred maintenance, and the Department of Infrastructure actually has a regular annual budget for deferred maintenance. Under the operation expenditures, it's $1.5 million. They were able to demonstrate through the financial administration manual that there's commitments and contractual obligations for the 552 proposed for carryover. The remaining amounts unspent would be lapsed. Next year, for the capital budget in 23-24, the department would still maintain their $1.5 million budget for deferred maintenance in this area. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, so I do have questions then. So we're carrying over about $550,000 of the $1.5 million, meaning the Department of Infrastructure lapsed about $1 million of deferred maintenance. And I guess my understanding of this happens is because they don't have the contracts in place, so they can't say we absolutely have either a contractual commitment or significant progress under the Financial Administration Manual, is why it lapses. But I guess, can we get a bit of an explanation of why that happened? Because I know that the N.W.T's deferred maintenance backlog is massive. There's different calculations based on needs, but it's fair to say it's in the hundreds of millions of dollars. So how on earth are we not spending $1 million of it? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again to the Deputy Secretary, please.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Trey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The largest reasons, or the largest reason for the difference is really capacity, and it relates to the previous line of questioning. We typically put to market about $250 million a year in capital, and that's really just a product of the local industry, the construction resources available, and we're also finding that drawing on construction resources from the south is more difficult right now because of the economies that are opening up down south as well. The resources just aren't there. Thank you.
Thank you. Department of Infrastructure, Operation Expenditures, Asset Management, not previously authorized, $552,000. Does committee agree? Department of Infrastructure, Operation Expenditures, Total Department, not previously authorized, $552,000. Does committee agree? Committee, can you please turn to page 8 now of the table document? Legislative Assembly, Capital Investment Expenditures, Office of the Clerk, not previously authorized, $175,000. Does committee agree? Thank you. Legislative Assembly, Capital Investment Expenditures, Legislative Assembly, Total Department not previously authorized, $175,000. Does committee agree? Thank you. Please turn now to page 9. Department of Education, Culture and Employment, Capital Investment Expenditures, Cultural Heritage and Language not previously authorized, $75,000. Does committee agree? Department of Education, Culture and Employment, Capital Investment Expenditures, Junior Kindergarten to Grade 12 School Services not previously authorized, $6,549,000. Does committee agree? Department of Education, Culture and Employment, Capital Investment Expenditures, Total Department not previously authorized, $6,624,000. Does committee agree? Thank you. Please now turn to page 10 of the table document. Department of Environment and Natural Resources, Capital Investment Expenditures, Corporate Management, not previously authorized, $581,000. Does committee agree? Department of Environment and Natural Resources, Capital Investment Expenditures, Environment Protection and Waste Management, not previously authorized, $581,000. Does committee agree? Department of Environment and Natural Resources, Capital Investment Expenditures, Forest Management, not previously authorized, $767,000. Does committee agree? Department of Environment and Natural Resources, Capital Investment Expenditures, Wildlife and Fish, not previously authorized, $1,203,000. Does committee agree? Department of Environment and Natural Resources, Capital Expenditure, member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess I still am struggling to read these and understand. Can I get an update? There's $119,000 for a walk-in freezer in Yellowknife. This was actually got a lot more attention than it should have, or perhaps it got a lot of attention, let's just say, when it was passed, because it's used to store seized caribou. Can I just clarify whether this $119,000 that I'm seeing here means it is lapsed and no longer going forward, or that there was just a delay in the project? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's just delayed in some fashion, and that's why it's being carried over for completion. Thank you.
Thank you. Department of Environment and Natural Resources, Capital Investment Expenditures, Wildlife and Fish, not previously authorized, $1,203,000. Does committee agree? Department of Environment and Natural Resources, Capital Investment Expenditures, Total Department, not previously authorized, $3,132,000. Does committee agree? Please turn now to page 11. Department of Finance, Capital Investment Expenditures, Information System Shared Services, not previously authorized, $4,389,000. $389,000. Does committee agree? Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't want to get into the specifics of each of these carryovers, but I'll notice that these are all software carryovers, and I know a lot of them have been carried over for years. I think EC&E has been carrying over this educator certification one for a lot of years now, and I know sometimes you get a contractor for IT and then they don't do the work, and then you get a new one. Sometimes software expires and then you have to, anyways. My question is I struggle to know whether these projects, well, I know that none of them are really on time and on track, that's why we're carrying it over, but whether this is unique to the N.W.T, whether we are improving in this area or it's getting worse. Can the minister just speak to what oversight is being done in this area of information system shared services to make sure that IT projects are on budget and on time? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, there's so two parts to that, and with respect first to some understanding as to what was happening over the last year or so. A few comments. Firstly, that the ISSS or Office of the Chief Information Officer were being relied upon to do things like deliver the QR code, the vaccination records, the updates to health social services systems in response to COVID. So the fact that we're all able to download those vaccine records as quickly as we were is thanks in part to the work that went on in that office, which was not a small thing, and it was certainly not an expected thing. So that does wind up delaying other work. Another issue, Madam Chair, and it's one that is affecting, of course, a lot of industries, private sector as well as public sector, is labor shortages. This is an area, as I have been informed, that it is quite difficult to find skilled individuals to work in this area. So that is also presenting a challenge, certainly to us, and I can only imagine to some of the private sector contractors that we are looking to work with on some of the projects as well. So second part of the question as to what's being done or what's being done to try to manage or mitigate these issues. Madam Chair, I know this is one that the Deputy Minister and I look at frequently at our regular meetings and our regular touch bases, and we speak with the Chief Information Officer regularly. So certainly keeping an eye on it and doing our best to see what we can do to focus the available resources. And there's work in that regard over the next year to see what indeed can be done to focus resources so that we start to see some successes in some of these. They are not always the most exciting sounding, but they can be quite fundamental and important to risk management within the government. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I'm glad to hear that, and I think all of us as politicians have a hard time keeping track and holding IT projects accountable because they're not always the most exciting, but they are tens of millions of dollars. So it's hard. It needs some accountability, and I'm glad to hear that it's on the minister's mind. I wanted to specifically ask about the MARS system. I see that we're transferring it over to ITI. My understanding about online map staking is we need the mineral resources regulations to be completed, and I don't want to get too much into that process, but I'm just wondering if when we actually expect to have the MARS system ready to go, or is this me seeing that it is ready to go and it's been purchased and we just have to complete the regulations? Do we have a date for online map staking? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, so this is being, yes, it is being transferred over to ITI because the complexity of the Mineral Resources Act regulations and what is being entailed there on the electronic side makes most sense to have the two working hand in hand. So, looking to have the two come together, one in the same time. I'm not sure if we have a date here necessarily. If we do, I'm sure someone's going to give it to me in a moment. But my understanding is that the intention is that the two projects are working in tandem. It's more than just online map staking, Madam Chair. It's an area where if there's some interest, I'd suggest that we provide the information in a separate form because it's the MARS project is quite a bit more than just the online map staking. There's the entire management of the tenure system that right now is done on paper or has been done on paper. So there's transferring all the paper to digital, being able to manage the digital, being able to make it accessible, being able to have the maps available to do the management of the tenure, to do the online map staking. So it's now housed within the same group that is actually doing the regulations, so that one develops in tandem with the other and that they are ready to go at the same time. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Department of Finance, Capital Investment Expenditures, Information System Shared Services not previously authorized, $4,389,000. Does committee agree? Thank you, committee. Department of Finance, Capital Investment Expenditures, total department not previously authorized, $4,389,000. Does committee agree? Please now turn to page 12. Department of Health and Social Services, Capital Investment Expenditures, Administrative and Supportive Services, it's not previously authorized, $10,631,000. Does committee agree? Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I see $10 million for priority health information system improvements, 100% federal money, which is great. Can I just get an explanation of what that is?
Thank you. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, there's 4 different funding pots through the federal government that were brought together on this one, relating in some part to the response to COVID-19 and to a restart, and arising also from recognition around immunization, virtual care, and altogether they are being used to advance the longer-term need to have health and social services system transferred over, or not transferred entirely, but do make better use of virtual care, electronic medical records, and then the management of public health information in that environment. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I'm glad to hear that. And as part of that, I heard that the EMR, the electronic medical records, was in that. I know that is currently TELUS software and the license is expiring. My understanding is that it's going to cost us, well, I don't know, does this cover the total cost of that? Does this mean we now have a new EMR in place, or is this just, I guess that's my question. Is this getting us our new EMR, this $10 million? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, my understanding at this point is that this is still at a strategic stage, and as such, I don't expect it entirely guarantees the full delivery of this of a new system. That said, it is certainly an important and critical sort of step in that regard. So I do expect to hear more from this over the next year, certainly over the life of this government. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Yellowknife North.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I guess I do expect to hear more, because my understanding is our electronic medical record system is going to cost us more than $10 million. And we're already spending $10 million here. So I guess, what am I looking for? Well, I guess a commitment perhaps to come back with when, or if we have an estimate of what the total new electronic medical record system is going to cost us. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I was a bit hesitant to commit my colleagues, but certainly when there's a strategy that's underway being developed for electronic health records, it is common practice that we would, as ministers, appear in front of the standing committees with that type of information. So I'm relatively confident that my colleague won't mind me making that commitment on her behalf. Thank you.
Thank you. Department of Health and Social Services, Capital Investment Expenditures, Administrative and Supportive Services not previously authorized, $10,631,000. Does committee agree? Department of Health and Social Services, Capital Investment Expenditures, Health and Social Programs not previously authorized, $8,853,000. Does committee agree? Thank you. Department of Health and Social Services, Capital Investment Expenditures, total department not previously authorized, $19,484,000. Does committee agree? You can please turn to page 13 and 14. Department of Industry, Tourism, Investment, Capital Investment Expenditures, Economic Diversification and Business Support, not previously authorized, $9,746,000. Does committee agree? Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can the minister confirm why we have that increase in the plant and what would be the drivers of that increase? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, there's a couple of different reasons for it. Approximately $1.8 million is due to increased costs of equipment, and that in itself is in turn due to the changes globally right now. There's a specialized equipment, and it's being impacted by the supply chain delays and being impacted by the costs on some of the basic components that go into the equipment. There's additional amounts increased as a result of change orders. There were some delays in this project, as you might recall, and as time is going on, it does seem like all costs are rising rather quickly these days. Madam Chair, just to anticipate a further question, I don't know if there's going to be some other impacts as a result of the floods. The fish plant itself was not damaged or in an area that was damaged, but I'm certainly conscious that the community itself is obviously going to be experiencing some significant impacts and will no doubt have some significant impacts on the local construction industry, including those working on the plant. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess I'm interested to know if the project is on schedule and what is the projected timeline for completion. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It was on schedule to be complete by November of this year. There had been some talk of even being able to go down and to do some sort of formal opening. At this point, Madam Chair, I'm not sure whether that will still be the case, whether that's due to some delays that may arise out of the flood or not. I will, when I have an update on that, I will certainly provide it to my colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, and I guess that's my concern is that with the flood, I know the prime on that contractor on the plant is doing quite a bit of work with respect to the flood. So I'm just wondering if if they're going to have the resources and the workforce there to actually get back and put 100% effort into that plant. So it'd be good to know that, and Minister can get back to me later on that one. The second, another question is talking about equipment and waiting for it. Will any of the equipment be coming from the old FFMC plant? And if so, will there be any additional costs with that? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I don't have the breakdown or the details of the project specifically here. I mean, we would have in front of us here really just information about carryovers or lapses. But so I don't think so. I will confirm that and let the member know. But my understanding and recollection of this project is that it was being specially designed. It was specially designed to be CFIA compliant and under the sort of the watchful eyes of Memorial University, who have some specialty in this area. So with all that, I know that they were looking largely at new things and new equipment in order to be compliant and in order to meet those specifications. Again, if I'm incorrect, I will certainly update the member. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Hay River South.
Further questions? Thank you.
Department of Industry, Tourism Investment, Capital Investment Expenditures, Economic Diversification and Business Support not previously authorized, $9,746,000. Does committee agree? Department of Industry, Tourism Investment, Capital Investment Expenditures, Mineral and Petroleum Resources not previously authorized, $2,176,000. Does committee agree? Department of Industry, Tourism Investment, Capital Investment Expenditures, Tourism and Parks not previously authorized, $2,736,000. Does committee agree? Department of Industry, Tourism, Investment, Capital Investment Expenditures, total department not previously authorized, $14,658,000. Does committee agree? Thank you, committee. Please turn now to page 15 and 16 of the table document. Department of Infrastructure, Capital Investment Expenditures, Asset Management not previously authorized, $20,274,000. Does committee agree? Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So this is, I think, the largest item in the SUP. And it seems to be a big area of our spending as well. So I guess the question I want to ask is, were there any projects from 21, 22, or 2020, 2021 that were carried over but lapsed and taken out of the capital plan? I'm not sure if I'm making any sense. Is there stuff that we're not seeing here that's been lapsed totally, is not going to come back in the books, it's not part of the capital plan? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, readily we don't have an answer to that question. So I will certainly make a commitment to go and confirm both with Department of Infrastructure as well as Department of Finance to see if, and my understanding is, if there's projects that had been previously carried over and that now are going to be lapsed and not advanced is what I'm hearing. If I will go and double check on that, as I've said. Yeah, there. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that commitment. Member for Frame Lake.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. Yeah, and I appreciate the position the minister's in. This coming as a bit of a surprise, but I think we're trying to figure out how to make this a more transparent process for everybody. And so one of the issues that I've got with the capital planning, the way that it's been done is, members sit in the chamber, they get the capital estimates, they vote on them. Most members vote in favor, even this lowly member occasionally, but not probably in this assembly. So members vote in favor of projects in capital estimates, but then somehow during the course of a year, something doesn't happen, a project doesn't go ahead, and nobody ever finds out about it until maybe it comes back as a zombie project in a SUP. So is there a way in which members can actually, after they've given approval to capital estimates, there's a capital budget, how do members find out if projects don't go ahead? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, Madam Chair, I suppose there's a few different ways that one might do that. Certainly when there's particular projects that are being followed along, that's certainly one way, and I certainly answered questions on ITI projects, for instance, or some of the finance systems projects. That I recognize that's not necessarily the broad brushstroke that's being sought here. It may well be that we need a different type of tracking system that monitors and tracks the delivery of projects. That's certainly when we're talking about, when I have spoken about recently, procurement shared services and the procurement one-stop shop meant to be a better repository of information about what is happening with procurement of projects. So we'll certainly look back to see if in fact that type of information is there. That site is only just going live quite recently. So again, maybe some room to ensure that it's achieving that goal of providing that kind of public tracking, or that this might be an opportunity to see that it does do that in fact. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. Yeah, I appreciate that from the Minister. I think that's the kind of transparency, accountability, and sharing of what should be publicly available information that I'm looking for. So I'm happy on that one. The other question I want to ask is, and I would have asked it at the beginning, but I'm going to try to sneak it in here. We're getting really close to the reserve for the entire supplementary estimates, and I think some of it is largely due to spending on asset management in particular, but what happens, we've only got, I think, 11 million, maybe the Minister can tell me how much is left in the reserve and what happens if we get any closer to it. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So there isn't, as part of the overall fiscal plan or picture, a capital reserve. The supplementary reserve, which we spoke about yesterday, yes, that was sitting at 35 million this year and is definitely seeing a fair bit of pressure on it right now. But when we're funding capital projects, you have to fund the capital projects 50% out of surplus dollars. And then the other 50% would typically come from some form of borrowing. So to the extent that we are eating into or increasing our capital spend, we are drawing that down from the projected surpluses that we are holding on to and in compliance with the fiscal responsibility policy. That or going in for borrowing. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair, and thanks to the Minister for that. I guess maybe I might suggest then that in the review of the fiscal responsibility policy, that this idea of a reserve on the infrastructure side is something that the department might look at. Is that something that they could consider? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And as I mentioned earlier, Madam Chair, there is an existing commitment to look at the fiscal responsibility policy, so this certainly may well be that opportunity. And similarly, as I'd said, there's ongoing work happening with respect to the reporting on contracting and procurement more generally, so this may also be that opportunity to look at, to look there. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Department of Infrastructure, Capital Investment Expenditures, Asset Management not previously authorized, $20,274,000. Does committee agree? Oh, member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to go to these culverts in highway reconstruction. This spring we had a number of washouts on Highway 1, and which required some, a lot of labor and equipment. And I see with the culverts there, will some of that work take into account, some of the issues that we did experience this spring, or is that going to be additional funds we'll be looking for? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, this spring's culvert work would come out of what would have been appropriated as part of the usual appropriations. So this is for work that was underway or not completed, but underway or begun last year. The annual amount that is budgeted for culvert work, I gather, is $7.5 million, and that remains unchanged. Thank you.
Member for Hay River South.
So, thank you.
Department of Infrastructure, Capital Investment Expenditures, Asset Management, not previously authorized. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess I just want to speak in support about how helpful I would find some sort of database of all the current projects and some sort of status to look at. It would also be my dream that, as I've spoken about before, we approve capital projects, and when we do that, we are not allowed to say the total cost of the project. But the minute that we are allowed to say that, if such database could include that information, so I don't have to come back and keep asking how much a project costs to get the public figure out eventually. And I know sometimes you can do that by going through all the contracts reports and adding them all up for a specific project, but you actually probably can't figure it out properly. But I did have a question as well. I'm just trying to understand this $125 million in lapsing. We are not spending $125 million. If the minister could just give me what she believes is causing this, and I mean, is any of that political FMB decisions where they go, listen, we're just not doing this project anymore? Or is it FMB going to departments and saying, you don't meet the criteria to carry over? Or is it, I guess, is it one of those two things or something else? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I don't have the number, the 125 number in front of me, so I just want to be clear that I'm not going to speak to a specific number, and I know it does seem that there may be some different numbers where we somehow have managed to operate it on once again with these different documents, but the crux of it and the point of the question, as I understand, is really, again, how are projects that are not seeing carryovers, what is happening to them and where are those decisions. So projects don't necessarily they're not getting canceled. We're not doing a cull. That's not how the item comes forward. What does come forward is the request to carry over. So the departments would look at the projects that are underway or in planning or have contracts that have been signed, obligations established, and then those come forward to be approved for carryover. And that's what would be in front of the House now. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Yellowknife North.
Yeah, thank you. Well, and I guess I wonder then, is any of that lapse a department has just simply not applied for a carryover and then they didn't get it, or is there a capacity issue in actually reapplying for the money to be carried over, or are they just actually don't have contracts in place or significant progress, I guess, on those? Thank you.
Thank you, Member. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Departments certainly don't need to apply to carry over their funds. So that's where we get into the situation where, each department does have their projects for which they're responsible. Obviously, infrastructure has a fair chunk that they're delivering on behalf of others as well, but it is up to an individual department if they want to seek to have a carryover or not. And I can't really speak for those individual decisions, but if it overtly doesn't meet the criteria of the carryover definition, that may be a reason not to, but then again, the explanations as to why something might be delayed could be a reason to do in favor of a carryover, to seek the carryover. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Department of Infrastructure Capital Investment Expenditures, Asset Management, not previously authorized, $20,274,000. Does committee agree? Department of Infrastructure Capital Investment Expenditures, Programs and Service not previously authorized, $7,811,000. Does committee agree? Thank you. Department of Infrastructure Capital Investment Expenditures, Total Department, not previously authorized, $28,085,000. Does committee agree? Please turn to page 17 of the table document. Department of Justice Capital Investment Expenditures, Corrections, not previously authorized, $780,000. Does committee agree? Department of Justice Capital Investment Expenditures, Court Services, not previously authorized, $175,000. Does committee agree? Justice Capital Investment Expenditures, Services to the Public, not previously authorized, $298,000. Does committee agree? Justice Capital Investment Expenditures, Total Department, $1,253,000. Does committee agree? Thank you. Please turn to page 18 of the table document. Department of Lands, Capital Investment Expenditures, Operations, not previously authorized, $310,000. Does committee agree? Agree. Department of Lands, Capital Investment Expenditures, Total Department, not previously authorized, $310,000. Does committee agree? Agree. Thank you, committee. Do you agree that you've concluded consideration of table document 657-19, two supplementary estimates, infrastructure expenditures number 1, 2022 and 2023? Agreed? Agreed? Okay. Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. I move that consideration of table document 657-19(2), supplementary estimates, infrastructure expenditures number 1, 2022-2023, be now concluded, and that table document 657-19(2) be reported and recommended is ready for further consideration in formal session through the form of an appropriation bill. Merci, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The motion is in order. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? All those abstaining? Motion is carried. Table document 657-19-2 will be reported as ready for consideration in formal session through the form of an appropriation bill. Thank you, ministers, and thank you to the witnesses for appearing before us. Sergeant at Arms, please escort the witnesses from the chamber. Yeah. Committee, we've agreed to consider Bill 40, an act to amend the Medical Profession Act. I will ask the Minister of Health and Social Services to introduce the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm here to present Bill 40, an act to amend the Medical Profession Act. The purpose of this bill is to allow for regulation of physicians providing virtual care to N.W.T residents. The use of virtual care has greatly increased, in large part due to the limit of in-person contact and medical travel during the COVID-19 pandemic. We engaged with physicians throughout the development of this bill and have committed to undertake a collaborative approach to physician regulation. We know that this work needs to be informed and supported by these professionals. I appreciate the Standing Committee on Social Development's willingness to work with us to further amend the bill based on the feedback we received from the committee and medical professionals. The major amendment in this bill exempts physicians in other provinces and territories from having to register to provide virtual care to N.W.T residents if they have a referral from an N.W.T doctor or nurse practitioner. Physicians in other provinces and territories within the N.W.T referral pathways do not have to be licensed in the N.W.T in addition to their home jurisdiction. This exemption allows greater access to services for residents while reducing administrative burden for physicians. We've heard that too much paperwork to be licensed means physicians will withdraw their services from the N.W.T. Second, the amendments also clarify that physicians must abide by professional standards of practice. The standards of practice set out the minimum expectations of care provided by physicians. Currently, this is an oversight not included in the Medical Profession Act. An amendment to the bill adds a new regulation-making power that allows for the standards of practice to be created or adopted. We have a well-established relationship with the College of Physicians and Surgeons for Alberta. For many years, the complaints officer under the Medical Profession Act has been contracted through the college, which gives advantages of economies of scale, expertise, and resources that are not available in the Northwest Territories. With the Alberta College's full knowledge and support, work has been ongoing since 2019 to adopt standards of practice for N.W.T physicians that are similar to standards set by the Alberta College. The Alberta College's standards are consistent with the standards of practice for physicians in all other provinces. This work was initiated by the complaints officer under the Medical Profession Act. The Territorial Medical Director at the Northwest Territories Health and Social Services Authority and the Department have been working on adapting the Alberta Standards of Practice to align with the N.W.T legislation and is working collaboratively with the N.W.T physicians to finalize them. That concludes my opening remarks. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister, would you like to bring witnesses into the chamber?
Please.
Sergeant-at-Arms, please escort the witnesses into the chamber. Minister, please introduce your witnesses for the record.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On my left is Sherry Jarrock, Legislative Counsel, and on my right is Kelly Mahoney, Director of Policy for the Department of Health and Social Services.
Thank you. I will now turn to the Chair of the Standing Committee on Social Development, the committee that reviewed the bill, for any opening comments on Bill 40. Member for Kamloops.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, Bill 40, an act to amend the Medical Profession Act, received second reading in the Legislative Assembly on November 26, 2021, and was referred to the Standing Committee on Social Development for review on March 28, 2022. Committee sought and received an extension to our review period. On May 19, 2022, the Standing Committee held a public hearing with the Minister of Health and Social Services and completed its clause-by-clause review of the bill. 10 motions were carried by committee and concurred with by the Minister. I thank the stakeholders who provided feedback, members of the Standing Committee for their efforts in reviewing this legislation, and of course the Minister of Health and Social Services for her collaboration in improving this bill together. Individual members may have additional comments or questions. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I will now open the floor to general comments on Bill 40. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I want to thank the committee and the Minister for the work on the bill. I was able to sit in on a lot of the committee proceedings and discussions, deliberations about this bill. The one improvement that the Minister did not mention that I think is worthy of highlighting here is that the addition of Section 24.1, which modifies the way in which the work on regulating the medical profession is going to change. This new clause, which was proposed by the committee, and accepted by the minister, but it was proposed by the committee. It requires that there be consultation with the Northwest Territories Medical Association. It's not in the existing legislation, so I think this will create a higher level of comfort moving forward. I think there were some miscommunications around how the profession is actually regulated in the North, and perhaps some misunderstanding about how the medical profession is regulated in the Northwest Territories. But I think with the addition in particular of this clause, I think it's created a level of comfort that was not there before, and some protection for the medical profession. So I want to thank the committee for their work on this. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Are there any further general comments? Is the committee agreed that there are no further general comments? Member for Great Slave.
Sorry about that, Madam Chair. Thank you. I just wanted to comment that I appreciate everybody that did input on this bill. As I'm still learning how the legislative process all works, I found it to be one that was informative and showed me how things could shift and change as we work through it, and appreciate the adaptability of the department and such. I guess the one comment I just wanted to make was that I find it quite interesting, the parallel to a profession like engineering that I am more familiar with the regulation of, and then the doctors and the medical professionals. So I guess I just have more of a comment that we love to take from others, and I think that that NAPEG and the engineers and other professional associations could probably help guide this work further if we were to move towards a self-regulating group. Thank you.
Thank you, member. Are there any further general comments? Does the committee agree that there are no further general comments? Can we proceed to the clause-by-clause review of Bill 40, an act to amend the Medical Profession Act? Committee, a number of clauses were deleted during the Standing Committee on Social Development clause-by-clause review of Bill 40 on May 19, 2022. The reprint before us today indicates where those clauses were deleted. As the clauses were deleted by Standing Committee with a concurrent of the Minister of Health and Social Services, they are not part of the bill before us today, and we will not be voting on them. Committee, we will defer the bill number and title until after consideration of the clauses. Please turn to page 1 of the bill. Clause 1. Does committee agree? Clause 2. Does committee agree? Clause 3 and 4 were deleted in Standing Committee on May 19, 2022. Clause 5. Does committee agree? Clause 6. Does committee agree? Clause 7. Does committee agree? Clause 8. Does committee agree? Clause 9. Does committee agree? Clause 10, does committee agree? Clause 11, does committee agree? Clauses 12 through 19 were deleted in Standing Committee on May 19, 2022. Clause 20, does committee agree? Clause 21, does committee agree? Clause 22, does committee agree? Clause 23 was deleted in Standing Committee on May 19, 2022. Clause 24, does committee agree? Clause 24.1, does committee agree? And Clause 25, does committee agree? Committee, to the bill as a whole, does committee agree that Bill 40, an act to amend the Medical Profession Act, is now ready for third reading? Thank you, committee. Does the committee agree that this concludes our consideration of Bill 40, an act to amend the Medical Profession Act? Thank you, committee. We have concluded consideration of Bill 40, an act to amend the Medical Profession Act. Thank you, Minister, and thank you to your witnesses. Sergeant-at-Arms, please escort the witnesses from the chamber. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I move that the Chair rise and report progress. Merci.
a motion on the floor to report progress. The motion is in order and non-debatable. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion is carried. I will now rise and report progress.
May I please have the report of Committee of the Whole, member for N.W.T. Lakes.
Mr. Speaker, your committee has been considering table document 658-19-2, table document 657-19-2, Bill 40, and I would like to report progress with 2 motions carried. That Bill 40 is ready for 3rd reading. That consideration of table documents 658-19-2, 657-19-2 are concluded, and that the House concur in those estimates, and that an appropriation bill to be based thereon be introduced without delay. And Mr. Speaker, I move that the report of the Committee of the Whole be concurred with. Thank you.
Thank you, member for N.W.T. Lakes. We have a seconder, member for N.W.T. Lake. All those in favor? All those opposed? Any abstentions? The motion is carried. 3rd reading of bills. 3rd reading of bills. Mr. Clerk, orders of the day.
Mr. Speaker, there will be a meeting of the Board of Management at the Rise of the House in Committee Room A today. Orders of the day for Friday, June 3rd, 2022, 10 a.m. Prayer, minister statements, member statements, returns to oral questions, recognition of visitors in the gallery, acknowledgements, oral questions, returns to written questions, replies to Commissioner's address, petitions, reports of committees on the review of bills, reports of standing and special committees, tabling of documents, notices of motions, motions 58-19-2 and motion 59-19-2, notices of motion for the first reading of bills, second reading of bills, consideration in Committee of the Whole of bills and other matters, bills 23 and 29, committee reports 30 and 31-19-2, report of Committee of the Whole, 3rd reading of bills, Bill 40, orders of the day.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. This House stands adjourned until Friday, June 3rd, 2022 at 10 a.m.